All right, everybody, welcome. And today we're doing things slightly differently. So rather than opening with a recap, we're going to jump straight into things and then go forward from there. So step one is going to be Foxy. Whenever you get to your computer and you are in Roll20, if you could make me a saving throw versus dominate. With a +4 bonus, and if you have any additional bonuses to dominate, you may use those as well. Everyone who's not Griffle is in the scene here. So make sure everyone's on the correct map. So each of you find yourself on a wall. The wall is old and worn. The sea swells below you and then crashes into the base of the wall that you're standing on. The cracks in the old wall are leaking into what should be the thing you're trying to defend. The fortress of something. It's an important something. You're not sure what. You do know that it's important. But you also know that you've been here forever. And it's frustrating that it always falls to you to be the one that steps up, to be the one on duty, to be the one at the wall, to be the one that's always here. But even still, while you guard, while you stand high above with the waters down below, nothing ever comes after you. Nothing ever tries to come in to the wall. Nothing ever assails the fortress. And nothing ever is maintained. Simply the crashing of the waves, the water breaking beneath you, and wearing away at the stone of the wall below, slowly seeping ever deeper into the fortress. The only one that notices anything different of the four that are inside is Drak. Your wall is, you feel, different, unique. You still have that same sensation that everyone else does, that it is always up to you to get things done, that it is an onerous burden. But something about your wall feels sturdier, feels more solid. When you look down, it doesn't look new. It looks old and battle-scarred and worn, but the barrier is solid. There aren't any cracks wide enough for the water to leak in. You can feel the wall underneath you is sturdy, and you know that what is behind the wall, what is safe and protected, still is safe, still is protected. Griffle, do you have the ability to look on Discord? The answer is no, it's fine. I will just do descriptions.
I'm here, and also I rolled my saving throw, and it was a 3.
I see. Do you have the ability to see Discord chat? I sent you something in your...
Yep, I see it.
So everyone else is experiencing this thing of standing on the wall, of being sort of the guardian that is here. And lastly, you can see off to your left and right, not close enough to talk to, barely close enough to see, there is one other person. And if you look at the way that it's set up on here, basically the people that share a number are outside of sight of each other. So Filibuster, you can see Morin to your left and one to your right. One, you see Filibuster to your left, Drak to your right, that sort of thing. So you're in this sort of thing. No one can see Griffle.
Are we ourselves?
Sort of.
Okay.
You still can feel like yourself, but you feel very disconnected to your kind of identity. This sort of nameless, faceless person on the wall feels like you, and connecting with who you are is an extra step, like you're very drowsy. Griffle, what you see and what you feel are different. They don't match. What you feel is something that is a relatively common thing, not an everyday experience, but a familiar sensation. You feel yourself submerged up to the chest in water. And it's not cold water, it's not warm water, it's sort of neutral mid morning water. You feel like below you there is a great depth. Out away from you, there is water as well. And one of your hands, your left hand, is holding something sturdy, like you're holding on to a dock. And while being in the water, in the ocean, or in a large body of water is dangerous, it is also something that sailors are used to. And you know that the sturdiness of the thing you were holding on to, the dock that you have, if something is dangerous nearby, you know you can easily pull yourself out of the water and be free. What your eyes see is different. Below you, and kind of in, you're sort of sunken into up to your chest where that feeling is, a crystal or glass orb. And that orb is smoky, that second picture I sent you, with this green haze. And if you focus on the orb and you focus on the green haze, you can pierce through the cloud cover of this strange planet, but also kind of a crystal orb. And you see images, hundreds and hundreds of images, little shards of glass, each of them holding people. And you can see these people standing on a wall. You see these people standing facing outward at a fortress with the waves coming through. And there's a wave inside of the orb as the green smoke and cloud cover washes forward and picks up dozens or hundreds of these little shards and then presses them against the wall of the sphere, the thing that you're sort of halfway submerged into. And you can feel the pieces kind of crash against the wall, and many of them break. Many of the shards that you can see that contain these people shatter, are ground into a fine dust that settles at the bottom of the orb, that settle like sand deposited at the bottom of an estuary. And you can see more and more and more people, but every time you focus on one little shard, everything else fades away. Everything else is covered in that green mist. And behind the green mist, you see the woman in that second image. Her body is flowing outward, and you can see it's difficult to determine where her body and dress and clothing end and the cloud cover begins. This massive figure, titanic even on the level of this being a planet, the size of a moon that seems less like a person and more like a god, hovers over top of the orb that is covered in this green smoke. And her hands sink into the upper atmosphere as she smiles wickedly and focuses on the scenes below. To your left, you see the first image, a thing of broken, shattered pieces of purple quartz. It's hollow, and as you see the pieces of this sort of mosaic of a man break apart, or like float in space and slowly rearrange each other like a closely knit asteroid belt, you can see straight through the creature's head. It's just sort of an outline, and the outline shows the face and head, and then one shoulder and part of the left arm. Everything else of this statue, of this figure, isn't there. You see all of this, you see everything down below, and then the figure beside you turns to you and attempts to speak, but my voice thing is broken, so give me a moment. Oh man. Stupid voice thing being broken.
Stupid voice thing is not broken.
So it definitely was broken because when I clicked on the button to turn on the voice, it didn't show that it was active, and I couldn't click back and forth. So it was going to get very confusing having to guess which voice was active. So the voice turns to you, Griffle, and says,
"You cannot save them, but you might be able to save yourself. You're falling, fading. You should leave. You might be able to save something of what they could have been. Don't go down there to them."
So we're actually going to start with Griffle, and then we'll kind of go to everyone else in the scene. So Griffle, you're floating there sort of in space. What do you want to do?
So I'm floating in space, but I feel like something stable next to me.
Yeah, you feel like you're holding on to something stable and that you're submerged in water. And then what your eyes are telling you is that you're sort of submerged in the upper atmosphere of this planet that kind of looks like a crystal orb, like a scrying orb that's covered in the smoke and has that woman that you can see in the picture just hovering over top of it.
Isn't she big?
Yes, she is big.
And the shard face next to me, like normal sized?
Yeah, it's the same size as you.
And the shard, you mentioned the shards of the people below. Are they the same kind of shards as the shard person?
No, the ones below look like they're made out of that pure crystal. So the things that you can see below, when you are not obscured by that smoke that's in the picture, they look like you're looking at a crystal orb. And the image that you can see when you can focus on one of them is very clear, but it's this long, thin shard of glass or shard of crystal that you see below. Whereas the thing that's hovering next to you, the thing that just talked to you, has this very distinct purple color and still looks kind of like a crystalline being, but is quite distinctive from the shards that are below.
Okay, and it doesn't look at all like the like it sounds like the way you described, and I forgot the name. Is it a Nerat? Nerat?
It is not. It does not look like Nerat. Correct.
Okay.
So the Nira have that same shard motif, but the shards of the Nira look a lot more like the shards you see down below than it does like the creature that's hovering, or the face that's hovering next to you.
I want to ask the shard person, like, what is happening? What is this place?
And in between, I'm trying to prevent you from being destroyed, prevent myself from being lost, from being destroyed or abandoned. Those that are caught within this are unlikely to survive. But if you leave now, you might be able to get to their physical bodies. And I know for your kind, that's important.
You see the thing that's talking to you, it talks a little bit, and then when the huge image of the woman shifts, looking around, like she's scanning the tops of the atmosphere of the planet, the creature sort of, or the shards float away from each other, being more of a cloud of these little purple shards than a person. And then once the gaze of the giant woman passes, they form back up. The shards are quiet for a moment before when it passes, and then come back together. And you see it sort of looking fearfully at the giant woman.
Who is she?
She's one of them. She who walks on the wings of those that dream to fly. The leaden sin on an ambitious heart. Hope Slayer.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. If I leave, what happens to their minds?
If they are of strong will, some piece of them may survive. If they are not, then they will be ground down, destroyed. Their mind pulled from their soul, shown the worst things that they could be or that they have become, and they will be ended.
While it's talking to you, you see that gaze sort of go back through, and you see flashes of color, changes of images down below as the shards that you can see that haven't been ground down start to be colored. And you see as the gaze passes over where you are and where the crystalline man is, that the crystals kind of get this strange shimmer to them. And you see the statue or the shards sort of focus in, like cringe slightly forward, and you see within the exterior of the shards this light seeps in, and on the interior of the head you see something played, kind of like someone's playing a old movie reel, projecting it on the inside of the head of the thing. And when the movie is playing, you can tell that the shards are growing close. The face, the head looks very substantial, looks less like a bunch of pieces of shards and more like the statue that it once was. And you can see almost nothing of the light escapes, but you can hear in the distance what kind of sounds like your own voice. So I'm going to go back to the group, and then we'll switch back to Griffle in a second. So each of you guys that are within this, you're standing on the wall, you can feel that sort of wash of the stuff down below, and you hear in your head kind of like a memory of someone that was talking to you, a woman's voice say, "It's always up to you. It isn't fair. You've served long enough. Wouldn't it be better to rest, to sleep, to live a life not bound to such a paltry existence? I'm so tired." When this happens, you feel this compulsion, you feel the world around you ripple, and this feeling of despair washes over you, this kind of pointlessness of everything you're doing. You're standing here on this wall, but there's never anything to do, and there's no reason to be here. Even those that you can see below you, you're guarding against something that steel and spell and magic really can't do anything about, the inexorable tide that is washing in and going through the wall below. So each of you guys need to make a skill check of some kind to resist this voice. And I want to know what your character says to this feeling of despair, to this feeling of it's all pointless, it's all, not worth it anymore. And to for those of you guys that are on here, you can when you make your check, if you succeed by a lot, you can also aid basically the people that are around you, and that will be true for the whole challenge. So if you are in the same region as someone else, or in a higher region if you're in the same region or a lower region than someone else, which will make sense as we keep going, you can always aid the people that are adjacent to you. So by default, Drock, you would be first. If someone has an idea of what sort of check they would make to resist this this psychic attack, this feeling of despair that is being pushed over you, and you know what you want to say, then go ahead and do so. But Drock, you are first.
Yeah, so I do actually have one idea. So this is all happening right after everything with the obelisk, right?
Your character doesn't make that connection.
Okay.
Your other life seemed like a dream that you had once. This is all you have ever been. You've been the defender of this wall, and nothing has ever attacked it.
Okay. So then that kind of puts a damper on my plan. Okay, that's fair. I need to think a moment then.
So good. And part of the reason we're starting without recap is the sort of intentionally disjointed feeling from remembering what happened last time. So because that's what your characters are experiencing.
Yeah.
So Drock is going to delay. Filibuster, do you have something, or does anyone have something they want to do?
I might have something.
Okay,
We'll see if you let me do this.
sure.
So I guess I'll do like the narrative of what I want this to be, and then like the technical side of my role. So I don't know how much my character has like memory of previous stuff going on, but I wanted to, and I didn't write down what the exact thing that was said was, but when one's orb was talking to Griffel's helm, there was some vision of faces staring out into the void and like standing in opposition. And was there something that was said at that time? Like the faces that were staring out said?
So give me a raw wisdom check. Really rare that anyone has to make this, so it's not in a macro you have, but figure out, because it's almost never a thing that needs to be used. You can either use raw wisdom or raw intelligence. And so it's going to be your int mod or your whiz mod plus half level. Make that check for me, because normally in this situation, I'd be like, yeah, talk to the rest of the group, figure this stuff out. This is something that would be difficult for your character to remember. And you're not in a situation where you can sort of talk to the group.
Yeah. Okay, so it's going to be +8, so 16.
16. So you vaguely remember that, but the problem that you have is that the life that you had once before, the life you lived in the past, it feels like that dream. It's very disjointed, right? The sense of time of what happened when, and the exact details of the dream, they seem not only hard to remember, but some of the things that you remember must have happened seem impossible or silly, kind of like they're following a different set of logic, right? The things that happen in dreams don't end up making a ton of sense when you think about them in detail when you're awake. And the same thing happens here, where you're like, you remember this, you remember there was something, but you can't remember what it was. Is an excellent idea, though. Do you have something else after you realize that that is not your actual check for the challenge? But do you have something else with the idea that your character can't remember that detail?
I think I would just be very confused, and let me see, what did she say?
So she's saying, like,
No,
wouldn't
yeah.
it be easier just to lay down? Wouldn't it be easier to put down the burden that you've carried for so long, because nothing ever happens? It's a thankless, boring job that you do, and it doesn't need to be done.
Yeah, so I'll just say, like, very wearily, no, there was a reason.
So when you say no, there was a reason, the default check associated with that is going to be insight. If you want to make it something else, give me a justification for something else. You're resisting this sort of supernatural ennui. What are you rolling? That force of personality.
Mm-hmm.
And I know this challenge is going to be really weird and hard to do, which is why this is kind of the opening is so disjointed from normal.
So if I'm trying to like come up with and think of the reason, maybe a history check.
I can see that, yeah.
Okay.
That sort of motion of like, no, I remember there being something. I remember being someone and somewhere else,
Hmm.
and then trying to rack your brain for the details.
Right.
So a 19 history is a success, I believe. Yes. So it is a success. So I'm going to move you down here, and I'll move people at the end of the round. Excuse me. So that is Morin.
So how much of our like powers and feelings and specifically like would I still feel my connection to the Summer Court and to Clotho?
So when you have that thought, you can sense that there is something there. But again, it feels like you're drawing an ability you could do in a dream. You had a dream once that you could fly. You're pretty certain you can't actually fly, but the dream seemed very real. What would you want to do if you were trying to draw on that memory or draw on that?
Well, everything feels weird and out of place, so I wanted to try and break the illusion and invoke Summer and use Clotho to break the illusion.
Okay. So the question that I'm going to have for you is, how does your character interpret that? So are you just, because the description that you just gave is you're sort of reaching deep within yourself to draw the power out, which to me sounds like an endurance check. If you have something else that you would like for it to be, or you would like to do with it, something else, you can roll, but that's the default one that I can think of.
Yeah, no, that sounds good.
Now there is a slight thing. Your character has a shield and has heavy armor, right?
It is heavy armor, but it's with what the spider lady did. I forget what we call it. At the beginning, it doesn't.
Runway.
Yeah, it doesn't have the full heavy armor penalties.
So you do still have the armor check penalty for a heavy shield, though, correct?
Yeah, I'm at -1 for check penalties. Right.
So give yourself a +1 if you can to negate that, because you will not be suffering from your armor penalty while you're in here.
Oh, okay. I don't think I can easily, but we'll just add one.
Yeah.
So 21.
So 1 as the second success. And these are kind of be individually tracked, and when I move everyone at the end of the round, it'll make more sense. So what do you actually say when you try to draw on the power? What is your response to the voice that's talking to you?
There is a reason I am here, though it is not yet known.
Okay. That's Drock. Filibuster or one? Do either of you have something you have?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Do it up.
I'll just say, of course nothing happens. It's because I'm here.
Nice.
So answering the unway with bravado. So for me, that sounds like a sort of a social check, either, depending on how much your character believes that, and how much your character is trying to push that out. Something like diplomacy, intimidate, or bluff, whatever your sort of stance is on it. I feel like one of those makes the most sense. Or if there's something else that you can justify, obviously it's something else.
Not a bluff. I do mean that. Bravado is probably the truth. Diplomacy doesn't seem correct either, though.
Well, I mean, the idea of diplomacy is you're trying to sort of convince someone of something, right? It is basically persuasion in addition to other things. So you're making a statement and you're trying to convince them that this is true. Obviously, things aren't a problem because I'm here. That could be you're trying to persuade them that is true. So that would be just straight up diplomacy.
Okay, let's do that then. That's not that good, but whatever. Here's my button.
And I will say that the way that this challenge works, the DCs are there, but they're not perfectly going to align because there's going to be pluses and minuses depending on where you are on the board. So it's not going to be quite as clear as it normally is if it's a success or failure. Although for the first panel, it is pretty clear if it's success or failure, and that is a failure. One of many, last but not least.
Okay. So I think it sounds like this mysterious voice is trying to use some version of dishearten. So I would like to use Bastion of Mental Clarity, which gives me more will. If I could.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I don't know what to think about what check, but I would like to say something along the lines of, "You will not dishearten me. I am onto your tricks. I do not believe that this is true."
Sorry, for the challenge, I have to actually write stuff. So
Sure.
Clickety clack is me tracking people's responses. So you can expand Bastion of Mental Clarity. It will expand it for the challenge, and because of the way that this works, it will affect your nearby allies.
Mm-hmm.
And for the purposes of this, the nearby allies are the ones that have the opposing numbers, right? So when you use Bastion of Mental Clarity, it'll affect your skill check roll, and then the next round, because you're still in the same area, both Drock and Filibuster will gain the bonus as well.
Okay.
So Drock and Filibuster, please keep in mind that you've got a floating +2 for next round. Probably mark it on your token if you can. So you're trying to kind of go will to will against
Mm-hmm.
the creature, or against the effect. So there's a lot of things that represent will. Most of them are going to be your social skill checks or your kind of raw magical know-how, right? If you're like, I think this is a magical effect, I know what dishearten is like, I use that.
Mm-hmm.
You could do something like an Arcana check to resist it. I could also see, again, this is force of personality. This is much more, I guess, antagonistic than Filibuster's answer. So I would also see intimidate. So for me, Arcana or intimidate make the most sense. Although if you feel like it should be something else, obviously you can make a justification for something else.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think she's viewing this as a spell. So I like Arcana. Um,
$35. So is that with, did you give yourself a +2?
no, I didn't. I gave myself a -1 because I'm dead-ish.
Right.
So
So you
it
have
should be
it should be
37.
So total +1. So 37, which is a great success on the check, which would allow you to reduce a failure of one of your adjacent allies by 1. Or if they've had a failure, you can reduce their failure or increase their success by 1. So if you wanted to, you could increase Drock's success to being a great success, or you could lower Filibuster's failure to be a normal success.
Yeah, let's help out old Phil.
All right, so moving here. So I'll do the end of the round thing, and then we will go back. So I'm going to do the, hey, this is what's going on, kind of think about your description thing, and then we're going to go back to Griffle. So as you guys are sensing this, resisting, as you can feel that something is wrong with the world, Morin, you remember a dark thing. These tendrils and tentacles, there is something there. And as you focus on the waters, you see the roiling, stormy seas, the things that are beneath the waves, tendrils and tentacles reaching out. You look up to the great storm clouds and see entities creatures beyond comprehension reaching down from the clouds, seeding the clouds and making the storm roll around it. Drock, you can sense that there is a reason you're here. And although you couldn't see the things pushing against the thing you're standing on from where you were, they were hidden behind some veil. You know the reason you're here, or the reason you have been here, is to resist this, the darkness beneath the waves. And Filibuster, you know that this is how things are. No matter where you are, the shit happens where you are. You know that things would have been really bad if you'd not been here. But now that you're here, time to roll up your sleeves and get to work. One, you see this and you can tell the tendrils that are moving through the waves, they're disconnected from creatures. Tentacles that if you follow the line back into the water, they don't just disappear into nothingness, they're connected to nothing. There is more illusion here than substance. Maybe it's all an illusion. And the voice continues. You are nothing, tiny and insignificant. You've already lost. No reason to throw your life away. Just relax. It'll all be over soon. Griffle, back to you. You're floating in space. You can see the wave of sort of that green smoke washing over things, the shards crashing against the interior of the sphere, many of the shards shattering and being ground to dust. And the floating image of the mosaic man looks sadly down below. What do you want to say?
Who are you?
So the image looks towards you and you see the shards flow together a little bit more concretely.
I don't remember who I was, but you know what I am now. You are my wielder. You
Do it.
are enough of what I am.
You can see the face trying to concentrate, trying to focus, and then he can't put the pieces together, literally or figuratively. Most of his body is missing. And you can tell he's really working at it, but there's this feedback, this sensation of being disconnected that you felt before, actually quite recently. In the presence of the Nerat, when the helm tried to express things to you, there was this sort of muted frustration of it attempting to do something that thinks it should be able to do and then failing.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out what I, as a character, know. So, like, do I know that it's my friends down there?
So you can feel. So Griffle knows who Griffle is. Griffle remembers standing before the obelisk and then all of a sudden being here. Griffle, you remember all those pieces. You don't have the same sort of disconnected thing as the people down below. The weird sort of your body and your mind disagreeing on what's going on, that feels weird. If you were in the same position as them, you wouldn't notice the weirdness. You wouldn't notice the disconnect. So that sensation is there, that there is, a disconnect between body and mind, but it's not seen as normal, right? You're not buying into the dream.
Okay.
So you can't see any of your friends down below right now, but you feel like if you could figure out which one of those shards was them, you're pretty certain they're still there. And they're probably not the ones that have already been destroyed. Or even if they are, you're telling yourself they aren't the ones that have already been crushed.
And do I get the sense that their physical bodies are in danger as well as their minds?
That's what the helm told you last time. If you go now, you might be able to save their physical bodies.
Okay. And I get the sense that this is some kind of contest of wills, right? Like the same as what's been happening for me, but like in a different sense.
Yeah. And you're getting that the helm is that sort of stable thing that you've been pulled away from the center of whatever this effect is, and you're sort of on the periphery, and you can tell that the helm is like, here's your lifeline, take it and get out.
Okay. So here's the thing. My loyalty to my friends is making me want to go after them, but my practicality as like someone who knows what I'm capable of is like, this is beyond what I can actually help with. And I think the helm is right that I could help their physical bodies more than I can help their minds. And I just have to hope that that they can make it out. I'm not abandoning you. So I'll look down and I'll be like, I'll do something. I'll try. And then I will pull myself out.
Okay. So you draw on the strength, and you feel like when you try to pull yourself away from the scene, you try to pull yourself back onto the dock, like you feel like you should be able to do, that you weigh an incredible amount. There is this resistance to you being able to pull yourself out. Mechanically, it's the effects of the failed saving throw. That drawing yourself out of the dream is extremely taxing. So by default, you would either need to do a endurance check, or you can make a insight check to kind of push through this mental block, either just by raw, digging your stubbornness in and drawing on that, or by seeing it as, no, this is some sort of mental block. I can just, disbelieve more or less that this is here. So those are the two defaults. If you have something else, you can use something else.
What was the first option? It was insight and
Insight or endurance.
endurance. The helm's given me a lot of clarity. I feel like I'm gonna go with insight. This is gonna be one higher than the actual number. 17.
17. So you go, you draw, you pull on it, and you feel like your fingers are holding something that's slippery and slip back and forth. Every time you try to grab onto it, you can feel that it's like it's covered in moss. And as it slips, you can feel yourself being drawn into down below. As you feel like you're failing to pull yourself out, the sort of recognition that you're in this tug of war, and then the feeling that you're losing makes it feel like the other side is winning, is drawing you in. Make me a saving throw, please.
I need to lay off those feasts.
So the successful save means that you can land in any, you can either stay where you are in the in-between, or you can land on any square on the grid. From the sounds of it, it sounds like the answer is that you're going to stay where you were floating above, rather than be drawn into the vision.
Okay, so I can't get out, but I can stay where I am.
Right. So basically, when you fail to get out, it tries to draw you in, and the saving throw is sort of like the same sort of saving throw of like catching yourself on a ledge would physically be. Someone tries to force move you over a cliff, you get a saving throw, and so you're prone, more or less. You're stuck on the edge, holding on in that in between zone where the helm is.
Sorry, when you say the grid, where do you mean? Like just any, like I could, so I could like go down here if I wanted. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. It'll look more like a grid as we keep going through the challenge.
Okay.
Or everyone will just automatically succeed and it'll look like a straight line.
No, I think my goal is to get out so I can try and get their physical bodies. I'm going to hang out here.
All right. Sounds good. Is there anything else that you want to say to the helm? Kind of at the end of the you feel yourself being kind of tugged both ways. Do you have anything else that you have an idea to talk to the helm about before we move to the next round of the challenge?
What do I need to do to save them?
They need to save themselves. The walker, she goes after each person individually. It's not like anything you've experienced as a mortal. You can't save them from here because I'm trying to save you from here. They are lost. If you wanted to try to save them, you'd have to find them first. And I will not help you destroy yourself. I will not help you make me become lost again.
Okay. I'm thinking back to do I get a feel that, like, because I've seen the Helm mind control it's wielded before. Do I get the sense that this might be a situation where it would do that?
So you don't get that sensation because one of the things is in the vision that you saw where the helm mind controlled the person, there was a lot of disdain, right? The helm was treating the person wearing it as hostile, treating them as an enemy. The helm doesn't seem like it's your enemy here. It more seems like it's your friend and trying to convince you to not do something stupid and self-destructive.
Yeah.
Anything else, or back to the other players?
Back to the other players.
All right.
Real quick, you said the walker she, like SIDHE?
No.
Okay.
She is a female.
Okay.
Thus far, every one of the walkers that you've heard of has been described as male.
Yeah.
This one is clearly not. And the helm is consistently using female pronouns. So it's also not doing the like switch back and forth thing. It's always she.
Okay.
And you can't see this, but Griffle can see that it's not. It's not. It's easy. Blah, blah, blah. It's easy to see that the image that she can see has female characteristics. It doesn't look like a man. It doesn't look like it's androgynous either. It looks very clearly feminine.
Okay.
So, same thing as last time. So Morin is up first, and you are responding to this this call that the things that are here are overwhelming. It's too much for you to handle. We're not even going after you anyways. You just need to stand aside. And Morin, if you have something you would like to do, a response to this, and then a check associated with it, or you have questions about the scene, you are up first.
Okay.
And if not, then you can kind of pass.
No. I have been here for an eternity. I have turned you back for an eternity. And I will turn you back for an eternity. And I'm going to use my noble influence here to give myself a +5 and use intimidate.
Sounds excellent.
Wrong one.
Probably.
It sounds excellent. Probably.
What could go wrong?
Well, Rachel walked in and asked me if I wanted something. We went out to dinner, and the answer is probably yes.
And I want to use building camaraderie here as well.
Ooh, nice.
Because I see that, or is my character like aware that we're all facing this challenge, but that we have made progress?
So yes, you're aware that you're all facing the challenge. You're aware that there has been successes on it so far, but
So my character would go ahead.
Let me finish real quick. You don't have effect line to either Griffle or one, so you can affect the people who are on either side of you on the wall,
Mhm.
both and filibuster, but everyone else is mechanically completely in a different place.
Right. So I'm using building camaraderie because I'm recognizing that the people I can see, we are facing the same struggle, but we're also like successfully opposing it.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good. So that is something that I will have you keep track of, because building camaraderie kind of has
Weird.
its own mechanics. And I've got a lot of other stuff to keep track of for the skill challenge. So
Okay.
I will do my best to remember that you're doing that, but I'm going to have you keep track of the mechanics of how it works.
All
So
right,
that is also a success.
Cool. And I'm going to go grab a pen. Be right back.
Real quick before you go, the intimidate check, that it looks like it includes the +5. That is correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Drock, you're up next, unless you don't have an idea of what you want to do quite yet.
What is the prompt again? I'm
I think
sorry.
I'm good.
So the prompt is, now that you can see that there are these creatures beneath the waves, the prompt is you are a tiny, insignificant piece. And not only can you not resist this, but this army, this darkness is not meant for you, right? It's you're just in the way, and you resisting is pointless. You'll just be overwhelmed. You're not the target, and you do not have the ability to resist. That is what the voice is saying.
So I'll respond and say, if we are so tiny and insignificant, why must you resort to tricks to deceive us into surrender? You fear us and our power. We are breaking through your veil of illusions, and we will break you next.
Ooh, heat. He's got the heat.
So when you feel that and you're going through it, you feel that you're drawing upon this feeling of obstinance, of resistance. Are you still trying to draw on summer power when you try to do this?
I do want
tried
to
last
still.
time.
I was thinking of using that maybe next time, but if I can use it this time, I mean, I'm all for that.
So when you tried last time, nothing happened. But this time, when you try, you can feel there's something there. When you kind of dig deep, there is something there, but it's so far away. It's so disconnected from who you are that you can feel your fingers kind of touching and slipping off of it, that you're not quite able to grasp it. And whether you're able to do so will depend on how well you succeed or fail this round's check. So you go to resist. This sounds straight up like intimidate to me. Although if you want to justify something else, you may do so.
No, I was using intimidate, so it's that plus 3, 1 for the armor and 2 from one's thing. So 24.
24, and I think, if memory serves, Morin's thing reduces the DC by 1.
That's correct.
So it is unfortunately still a failure. So you feel, your hand touches on that thing. It's kind of like you're trying to reach somewhere you
Without
can't
+2,
see.
Gary.
What's up?
His roll was without +2.
Well, yeah,
Right,
so
right.
plus 3 puts at 24,
24. And then
which is still too low.
Morin's DC lowers it by 1, so it's effectively a 25 against the check, which is almost a success, but not quite.
Okay.
And you can feel yourself kind of reaching for that power, and it slipping and it fading and failing. You are drawn away, and you feel that you can either be drawn out to the enemy, drawn out to the tendrils and the waters, or drawn back, fall back into the fortress that is leaking heavily. Which would your character choose? To draw back to another line of defenses, or to be pulled forward into the fray?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't have to answer right now. If you need a
I
second.
felt my wall was extra safe, right? So maybe I'll just fall back to the wall. It did feel safe.
Okay. Phil, you're up.
I'm going to say something along the lines of, I may not be able to stand against you, but we can.
Now, my question for you is, when you say we can, mentally, what do you mean? Do you mean the group? Do you mean
I mean,
everyone? What is we?
all things.
Gotcha. So social checks make the most sense. Again, the insight is almost always a default for this challenge. So if you wanted to do insight instead, you can do that, or give me a social check.
Gary, I love insight. I am such an insightful person.
35.
That is with
That
plus 2 as well.
And that includes, I was going to ask, that includes the +2.
It does.
Now,
Why did
with-
Drock get +3? Did I miss?
Something about my armor.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So with since he failed, then we lose Morin's thing, right?
No,
I think Morin's thing is specific to Morin. Morin has to fail
Ah.
to lose it.
that's correct.
Okay.
So that is a success. And then because Morin's building camaraderie is lowering the overall DCs, that means that it is a great success because that effectively makes it a 36, which is hard +10. So you feel this sort of resistance, and you feel this sort of slimy tendril kind of pushing into your mind. And then you reach out and feel the rest of the people, feel what feels like hundreds or thousands of individuals around you. You can't see them, but you know they're there. You know they're on the wall with you. And in the challenge, you'd be able to help anyone with that great success who isn't Druck.
Fuck you, Drock.
Yeah.
So Druck is unfortunately too far away. He's the one person you can't help. So just keep in mind you've got a floating thing where you can either decrease, you can increase the tier of success or decrease the tier of failure for 1 if you want to, or if you don't want to do that, then you'll give everyone that you can sense, so Morin and 1, a +2 to the next round.
Are you saying I can just give them a non-failure? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so you had a great success, and the great
Yeah.
success, not only did you succeed, but you can either give +2 to everyone you can see for next round, or you can lower the failure or raise the success of anyone else that you can see. So Morin's already gone. He's had a good success, and 1 hasn't gone yet. So just remember that you can change things for when 1 gets done with her turn.
I understand.
What a minute, you're up.
So I guess, I was kind of thinking something along the lines of Drock's reasoning. So do I know that this is a walker?
No,
No. Okay.
you don't have that yet.
And what is my little stone doing right now?
Doesn't seem to be doing anything. Would you be
Can I-
trying something with it?
Well, could I sense it?
When you think about it, you can try to recall your life, try to recall the stone. So let me double check my notes real quick.
Also, while Gary's checking notes, if a 25 for me was a failure, I don't know if I'm ever going to get through this, guys. I don't roll good.
Okay, so for one of many, if you're trying to reach out to try to get that connection to the orb, because it's still sort of you have no concordance with it yet. Is the mechanical answer? Since it's not really closely connected to you, in order to sense its presence, you need to succeed in a hard DC insight or insight, perception, or Arcana check.
Okay.
And this will not count as your check for the round.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm definitely gonna go Arcana when I can. That's my thing. Okay.
Sorry, I looked up the rules.
Okay. You guys are mean in the chat.
Yeah.
So that is unfortunately not enough. again, you have that same memory, right? The idea that you remember there was something that you used in a dream once. There was something important, some piece of a puzzle that felt relevant then. But now that you're awake, what you were doing doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Maybe it followed some other logic that doesn't apply to you while you're awake.
Okay. So then I think I would say to the voice, we have always opposed you, and we are happy to continue to do so. You may try to defeat us, but I think you will not.
Okay. Same question that I have for you as that I had for Filibuster. When you say we, what do you mean?
I think
What does she mean?
yeah, she means the watchers on the wall.
Okay. Now, does she conceive of the watchers on the wall as like her and the two people that she can see, or is she trying to kind of make it a more general statement?
I think she means, yeah, like I don't. I mean, this is not a great answer, but I feel like the two people she could see, but like feeling like there are probably more people, but not being sure. But so I guess maybe more like concretely leaning towards the two she could see.
So the idea of the wall is that you can see that it goes on, forever in both directions, but you can see the next person stationed on the wall on either side. Your character would very much have the conceptualization that there probably are other people on this wall because it goes on forever. But it's more of a question when you're saying something like that, because this is a mentalist thing. This is a mental game, mental contest. Defining exactly who you're talking about does change kind of the responses in some ways. So is she focusing on the close, this is my friend, these are the people that are right next to me, or is she focusing on the broad, all of us that are all along the wall, everyone that has ever stood here type thing?
Okay, I think everyone on the wall.
Okay. So again, that sounds very much. Did you do Intimidate last time?
No, I did Arcana.
So that sounds like Intimidate to me. That is will versus will, or as always for the challenge, Insight is default.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll go with the default.
$28 is a success on the challenge. So Phil, since both people that you can affect succeeded, so One and Morin, you guys are both at +2.
Hot.
Super hot.
There's
Arizona.
two scenes to describe this time. So we'll do the description and then we'll go to, and you can kind of think about what your responses are going to be, and then I'm going to go to Griffle. So Drock. Actually, let me do. Dear Reveal Tool, you and I will never be friends.
That's not true. They're updating it, Gary.
Are they updating the Reveal Tool to make it?
Capitalism breeds innovation.
You can see that only revealing like one little tiny part of the box that I'm drawing. Very obnoxious.
I mean, surely when they updated it, couldn't break further, right?
It's not breaking further. I will say, it is not broken in the specific way that is the most frustrating way since they've updated it. So it's breaking in less obnoxious way, which is better. All right, so move people around. So, Drock, you can feel like you're falling back. Around you is the ruins of a broken city. You feel that you're waist deep in the surf. Water is flowing in, not from your defenses. Your defenses are solid. You haven't gone back. but someone has stopped. Someone has failed along the line, to your left, to your right. Maybe the people that you saw upon the wall when you stood there defending, maybe the people next to them, or next to them, or next to them. But somewhere, great amounts of water are pouring through the defenses, flooding the city beyond. But the city beyond is ruined. There's no people, there's no life. Empty archways stand guard over broken and battered squares, marketplaces that are so long abandoned they aren't even filled with debris. The water is mostly clean and clear. You can feel that there is heavy salt in the water, but beyond that, there's nothing here. It's just water through old, sterile, broken ruins. The people that were here are gone. Their stories, their lives, their civilization forgotten. Even for you, you struggle to remember what was here, who they were, why it matters that the wall kept things out. For one, Morin and Filibuster, you can feel you're being drawn away from it. You can feel this boundary. No longer are you the person on the wall. No longer is there something around you. You're not subsumed in this illusion. You can feel that your body has expanded. In your head, imagine you realize that you're within your own little pocket dimension and you swell to an enormous size. You feel the walls of the prison around you pushing on your shoulders, your hips, your head, constricting you and pushing you down. And when you look up, you get glimpses of what is beyond. You still see the battlements below you, the broken city, the waters, everything that is pouring in, the tendrils of these leviathans, these dark things in dark waters that are pushing and breaking against the surf. But when you look up, you see something else. Between you and the cloud cover high above, there is a woman, her hands held up in this sense of drawn power. You can feel dark energy gathering around her as a cloak. Her face looks wrong. It's missing some of the pieces that should be life. It is in that sort of uncanny valley that looks like someone's idea of what a person looks like, and that the connection to being real is very tenuous, very small. And then you sense beyond it this dark something, this massive black energy, a planet that is floating high in the sky above. And from the planet, there are tendrils, tentacles, things coming from the darkness. As you see in your own shard, you see what is above, something that are these rather than being planet-sized tentacles, they're the size of cities and countries. One of those larger tentacles, it could be the size of the Reach itself. And as the woman is drawing on her dark energy, the tentacles and tendrils from the dark planet are reaching down, are answering her call and sinking into the clouds above, drawing people away from somewhere else. And you see shards of people being formed around you. Men, women, children, most of them that look like bladelings, people that are confused and lost, placed against the wall, and many of them immediately fall forward into the surf to have their bodies beaten, broken, and destroyed. And you see as they fall, their shard shifts down beneath where you can see into the floor beneath you, which is this brilliant, glittering sand made up of all of the crushed minds of those that failed to resist. Griffle, it's your turn.
I want to make another effort to get out.
All right, sounds good. Do you want to do anything with the helm or with the challenge before you try to get out? Or is the focus on getting out?
I don't really know what my options are.
So basically, it's do you want to keep talking or asking questions of the helm before you just try to pull your stuff out again?
Okay, right. No, I think the helm's been pretty clear. There's not much I can do without being dragged in myself.
I will say your character is aware that the helm has an agenda, so that you can't do anything to help them without getting sucked in is not a truism in the world. It's more of a you shouldn't try from the helm, if that makes sense.
Right.
I'm not saying that's going to change your opinion, but just this is maybe something that's like kind of true, but that this in the same way that like a friend would be like, you can't do anything for these people. Just do not get yourself into this mess. Keep moving, keep going, take care of yourself. You need self-care more than you need to dip into their bullshit. It's not completely true that you couldn't help your friend that's in a bad situation, but from the perspective of the person who's trying to help you, that's kind of how they're framing it.
Like, I feel like maybe less than a month ago I was like a superstitious sailor, and now I've been in space and also in pocket dimensions, and I almost got eaten by like the personification of disease, and this is out of my depths, guys.
Oh, that's just you.
Like,
get it together.
Sounds good. Like, again, I'm not. This is not me saying you shouldn't attempt to get out. I'm just making sure that the whole
I've understood everything. Yeah. The thing is, Griffle's not that smart and doesn't really have a lot of experience with like weird and wacky shit. And the helm seems to be pretty adamant, and the helm hasn't led me wrong so far, and has actually been really helpful. So I'm inclined to lean on the authority of someone who seems to know better than me. So saving throw to get out?
It's not a saving throw to get out. It's a saving throw to catch yourself if you fail the check to get out.
Okay, so skill check to get out.
Correct.
And
so default is for this entire check, for every part of it, default is insight, unless you justify something else or your explanation, comes with the justification of something else. So you're trying to get back to your body. Insight to see through the illusion is default, and then if you want to do something else, you can do something else.
So can I close my eyes and just imagine that I'm in the ocean and pulling myself onto a dock? Because that's what you described I'm physically feeling, right?
Mm-hmm. That is what you're physically feeling.
So,
that feeling changing is what the sort of failure felt like. That you still felt like you were holding onto the dock, but it was covered in moss and you couldn't quite get a grip.
Okay. Can I justify athletics if I close my eyes?
Mental gymnastics.
Yeah, it's acrobatics for mental gymnastics. No, I can see it. It will be made at a slightly harder DC. So mechanically, I'm going to let you know that it's made with the -2, unless you can come up with a specific sort of detailed, individual memory that she is drawing on to remember doing something like this. Like the sensation you have right now is very generic. So if you can think of something specific that would apply.
Yeah. So while aboard this fervor, we ran aground on a rocky shelf in the middle of a storm, and a bunch of people fell into the ocean, and they were being swept away. And I was I had to make a call about I'm hanging off the side of the ship. Do I dive in after them and possibly die myself, or do I climb back up the side of the ship and help, rescue the ship? And I chose to climb back up on the ship, and kind of regretted that decision, but only insofar as you always regret the death of your fellow sailors. and the climbing emotion of like the wet side of the ship, I imagine would be similar to the
Mhm.
feeling of a slick dock.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna hit that. What are my rolls today?
So you can feel it, and then you can feel that when you remember this very specific, vivid memory of who you were, this time of a thing that you know happened. You can feel that memory become grainy. The edges of your vision of that thing that you remember is frayed and falling apart. That some part of this effect that you've been caught in is chewing away at what you remember to be true. That the details of this memory are fuzzy and hard to grab. And as you focus on that sort of whatever that effect is that's twisting your mind, the feeling of the dock slips away again. You get this sensation of falling, of being pulled out by the storm surge away from the ship and towards the people that you remember were doomed in the surf. So, saving throw again.
Oh god.
So you go to pull, and then as you're going, you hear this sort of exasperated,
No, you can't. I can't keep you. She sees. She sees you.
you feel yourself slipping, falling. Below you, rushing towards you, are shards, pieces of glass and crystal. And as you fall, you see faces and people you don't recognize. So many people you've never seen before, but you feel you might be able to change something, to change your trajectory. You know that you're falling into these shards, but you remember that your friends should be down here. It might be better to be lost at sea with someone you know than lost at sea with someone you've never met. So this would be a secondary check to figure out where you're going to land. Is there an individual that Griffle feels more closely tied to that she would try to go to? Or
Oh no, this is terrible because it's definitely going to be Drock because we are the frontliners and like we fight like.
Yup. I'm not in a great spot though.
That's the worst part, but I can't know that. So it's like, of all of the people, like Marin, I'm a little unsure of. One is a little scary.
Hey.
Philly is like, Philly's cool. We're fine. We're cool. But Drock is kind of like the, we're the big dudes. We stand out the front and we bash. We have
We attempt to bash shit.
we have a shared sense of like, man, it feels good to bonk, huh?
So, sounds good. So you can sense as you're falling, you see these sort of Titanic images of the other members of the party, and you slip through the shards down below to this shard that looks a little different than the rest of them. On the outlines of the outside of the shard, you see this flickering golden and green light, like a light bulb that's constantly trying to turn on, but it's failing. It's flickering and falling apart. You see Drock, chest deep in the surf, looking around confused at the broken city around him. And you land here. So,
On the rocks?
No, you're going to land in the water. I just mean in the scene.
Oh, okay.
You land on the rocks. You're completely broken.
me wanting filibuster raising our hands. Join us, Griffle!
How many D10s?
So, for the next round, for those of you guys that have made a failure, you feel the effects of the walker's horrid whispers. So, Drock, Griffle, you're technically in the same scene as him, but you didn't have you didn't get there the same way, so you're not affected by this. So this is exclusively Drock for the moment. Drock, stage 1.
Yay.
So whenever you guys are done reading through the handout, Morin, you are up first, unless you don't have something you would like to do. And this round doesn't have the same sort of feeling of like you're being directly talked to, like call and response. It feels like you're slipping slightly away from the direct attention, and it's more like you're within the area that is being focused on, but she's no longer talking directly to you.
She didn't say anything to us this round, right?
Yeah, so she didn't say anything to the three of you this round. She's going to say something to Drock, which I should probably say to give Drock time to respond to things. So, I should do everyone. Hang on, I need to go through my grid. So I'll do Drock first since he's in the other scene, and then I'll do everyone else. So you had talked about being tiny and insignificant, not understanding why. If you are so tiny and insignificant, why are they doing this? And then you have this voice saying, "You are tiny, you are insignificant, but it's not your fault. You're just a broken remnant of who you once were. You were important once. You were someone once, but that was many lifetimes ago. You failed then. And while it's not your fault, you will fail again." This sense of you've already lost type feeling washes over you. For the other three, you don't get this sense of the woman talking at you, but now that you're surfacing out of the dream, now that you're surfacing out of the shard, that dark energy that she's summoning up is washing over you, touching the edge of your shard. And for a moment, that wash of dark energy seeps into you and mixes with who you are. And you remember being someone else. You remember the dream of who you were before. Morin, you remember your life. And it feels off. It feels wrong. You get an image, a vision of being back in Sanctuary, of doing all of these great things. You've come home. You've been successful. You've championed the family name. You've been able to return to your rightful place, but people ignore you. You've been gone too long. You've done all these things that no one around you can understand or comprehend. Your friends are behind you. Your accomplishments don't mean anything in the context of the life that you live. The binds of society, the expectations of family and privilege weigh down upon you, and that life you had as an adventurer, that life you had where you did things that mattered, it's not anymore. Not in this world, not in this context. The accomplishments that you made, even when you try to describe them to someone else, they smile and nod. Your position demands as much. But these are old war stories of a thing that is long since past and forgotten. This is the equivalent of you, Josh, explaining your exploits in a game to someone at work who's trying to get you to do something that's real. That sense of everything you've done before was playing make-believe, and now it's time to live your life, and you're stuck here in this meaningless, grinding existence. Filibuster. You get the same thing. Your mind and body presses up against the edge, and a little bit of that power flows into you. But you feel yourself being powerful, being strong, doing great deeds. Around you, there is darkness gathering in, and you are holding a candle that was a tiny flickering flame once, but as the darkness gathers in, the candle grows brighter and brighter, feeding off of the darkness. As more things around you close in, the candle grows brighter. The sigils and marks and runes of silver along the glowing candle start to burn away as the wick is destroyed. The wax melts around your hand, and you feel as if it makes a gauntlet, sealing your hand to the base of the candle holder. And as the flame grows, it grows elongated and strong and sharp. A blade of pure white flame, burning and drawing you into the fight. Your hand burns and sears, and you see people watching, people cheering, people worshiping the flame that you hold, but you are forgotten. The flame is all, everything in your vision. You can only barely see those around, and everyone that you see doesn't see you. They see what you hold, this light in the darkness, this thing to be worshipped and revered. But you're just holding it. You're just someone who's along for the ride, and you can feel the wax heat, the fire of that burning flame burn down through the wax gauntlet and start to sear away your skin, flesh, and bone. You'll be forgotten, but it will be remembered. One of many. You feel like when you wash against that you're back where you were, back where you felt you had a purpose. Home, and looking around you, you can see people that are in comas, people that have lost their connection to the world. You see people from your home that are there, but also you see Morin, you see Drak, Philly, you see Salumain and Lady An, all the people that you've met in your life. The beds in the infirmary reach on forever. You look left and right, and there's so many people here, and everyone is comatose. You try to speak to any one of them, you try to communicate, but you can only get the slightest bit of your voice to be heard, the slightest bit of connection. You're alone. There's no one here that can properly understand you. No one here to talk with. No one here to be able to experience anything with. And you know, as you walk left and right, there will never be an exit from the infirmary. It will go on forever. Endless people, close enough to touch, but their minds are so far away that only with great effort can you communicate. And even then, you're just a tiny voice in the mind of someone that is gone. For all intents and purposes, you are alone and will be forever alone. So we can start with Drak, as yours is you guys have Drak and Griffle, you have a more simple vision. And then we'll go to the other three. So unlike the previous thing where you guys feel like you're near each other, where like in the distance there's someone else, Griffle, you land in the water like 5 feet from Drak. Like you're right there. You're close enough to be able to hold him or touch him. And yeah, we'll start with Griffle and Drak.
And do I recognize her then?
Yes, you recognize her.
All right. So I want to say, your words and actions contradict each other. You claim I have already failed, yet you still push me to resign. You still fear resistance. Well, I will not resign. I will endure. We will endure. And when I say we, I want to specifically think about Griffle because I'm recognizing her.
Okay. Sounds good. Do you have a check that you'd like to make, or do you have other questions about the scene or things that you want to do?
I was thinking kind of diplomacy because I also want to like be inspiring to Griffle.
Okay.
So 32.
32. 32 is definitely enough for a success. So that is a hard DC success. So you send this thing back. We are resistance. We can endure. And you can feel yourself being able to walk through the water. It's something you shouldn't be able to walk through. It's up to your necks, right? This is fast flowing water that should be kind of battering you around, but your feet are on solid ground. You feel sturdy and safe. You can walk back up, go up the stones back to the wall. You can go and see what your eyes saw unclouded, or you can press forward into the ruins, into what once was, and see what it was that it is trying to make you believe you're defending. Mechanically, you can either go straight down on the grid, or you can go down and to the left on the grid.
I have to hit the talk button. Let's go straight down. That sounds interesting.
So Griffle, you're in the same scene. You get that same. You do not get something that is directly aimed at you, but you can hear the woman's voice tell Drock his thing, that he is insignificant, that there's nothing here to protect, that the memories of things here have long since gone. What would Griffle do? And you see Drock sort of soldiering through the water, moving away.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow him. I'm gonna like put a hand on your shoulder and just keep on trucking with you. And like if it seems like you need it, I'm gonna be like, we're in this together, don't worry.
When you touch Drock, when you put your hand on his shoulder, you can feel heat coming off of Drock. And there is this aura of energy, of power. It feels somehow suppressed, like it should be affecting more things than it is, but it's contained within him, and he doesn't seem to know it. He's glowing with an inner light that is shining around in golden, sort of like a golden halo around him, illuminating the waters, and you can only sense it when you touch him. You can see in his eyes, he doesn't see the radiance. He sees a world of darkness. He sees the dark waters and the abandoned ruins, but it's not in the harsh light that is coming from him. So you're going to be at a +2 to this check because Drock's success previously, because the 31. You're also going to be at a +2 while you're holding on to him following that light. So total of +4 when you make your check.
I'm going to go with insight.
Okay.
So this will be a +5 on whatever I roll because I haven't updated the macro.
Okay. So 24 is enough of a success. I think. Oh, you're too far away from the effects of Morin. So it is enough of a success to go, but you would only be able to go back up to the wall. So you sense Drock as he's soldiering away. He's going into the waters, and you feel yourself being pulled away from him. Now, kind of like last time, because you're in this sort of unique position of knowing the falsity of the illusion, you've seen it from the outside, you'd be able to make a saving throw to follow him, or you could go into the other scene. So by default, you can either go down and to the left on the grid, you would automatically go here, or if you want to follow Drock down below, because you're kind of in a unique position, you can make a saving throw, and if you pass, you'd be able to follow Drock.
You touch Drock, you get the bad rolls.
Yeah, whatever I think that I want to do, I'm going to do the opposite thing.
All right. So that is Griffle and Drock. And then I'll undo, reveal is the word I was going for, not undo. I'll reveal their scene and then move you guys to where you will be for next round. and then the other 3 that are in your own sort of, you're all near each other. So the whole like one and Morin not being able to affect filibuster, you can now see outside of the shards, so that limitation is gone. But you are also completely within your own private sort of repressed hell. Morin, you are up first.
Okay, so can you explain to me? I have questions. Maybe you can just answer
Of course.
them.
Yeah.
So, are we still on our respective walls?
So you can see below you the image of the wall and where you were before, but it's like you're a giant and below you is, like a child's playset, right? So you're a normal sized person, and below you can see maybe a wall made out of Legos.
Mhm.
So you can see that it's fake. You can see that it's a construct, and it is tiny compared to you now. It's still there, but
Okay.
it's small below you. And
And
when you
there's
try to pull out, you get that image of the vision that I described for you.
and so there's like sand that represents like the broken souls of previous defenders of that wall. Okay. And then I'm aware of one and Filibuster's presence, but can I communicate with them?
Yeah. So
Or can they see me and what I'm doing, even if they can't hear me?
you can hear and see them. They're sort of like they're in glass boxes to either side of you, and your voice might be muted. You might have to shout to get through,
Mhm.
but you feel pretty confident that if you shouted, that they would be able to hear you.
Okay. And then the last question is, the source of that vision was the woman is like directing power at the scene we were in before, and we're kind of getting like the periphery of it.
Yeah, so you're can tell that this is sort of the raw power that she's using to create those scenes. So you're sort of touching the power directly, and so you're getting sort of the big whatever the overall effect is. And when you touch it directly with your mind, it rather than being this quote unquote generic scene that you guys had before, it gets very personal. This maybe seems like a last line of defense to keep you inside the shard.
Oh, okay. So she's still directing her efforts against us specifically.
Right. And Morin's, and this is for everybody that's here, you can sort of tell that this probably takes a lot more energy and effort to do these individualized, sort of personalized scenes than the generic one. And so this is most people that are around you, most of the shards are shattering and breaking and falling apart without getting to this point, without getting to this stage. And that takes relatively minimal energy. Whereas now that you're trying to escape, you're getting against this thing that feels like, okay, I now have a tiny portion of the direct attention of this effect, and it is crafting something specifically against me.
Okay. Okay. um can I see Drock and Griffle and recognize that they're more trapped in the illusion than I am?
You will be able to see them at the end of the round, but you can't see them yet because they're too far away in the grid.
Okay.
They're too far below you. When you look out, you can see the other people. You can see Morin and Filibuster kind of straining against their shard. Intellectually that the others must be here somewhere. When you look around, there's a bunch of these smaller shards that are farther away. They're mechanically too mentally far away from you to be able to interact with them.
Mm-hmm. I'm just coming up with more and more questions as I say. This is my last question. So Filibuster succeeded, which mechanically gives me a +2. Am I like kind of aware of the fact that his efforts are affecting my own?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So then
I'm
I'll
ready
like
to take action if you're not, by the way.
no, I am ready to take action. I just like wanted some clarification for what I want to do. So I want to like try to get their attention, and like wave my hands or whatever, and then say, "She seeks now to target us individually. But we can work together and we can overcome. And so I'm going to do a diplomacy check.
Okay, and I want to know, you can definitely say that. I want to know how Morin is resisting this feeling of, hey, everything I did before doesn't matter. I'm now home, and the only people that will listen to me talk about my former life as an adventurer are pretty clearly just sort of humoring me. How does Morin react to that experience?
So Morin is interpreting that as it is now taking more and more effort for this woman to entrap us. And I'm observing that her strategy is essentially isolating us and focusing on specific things to make us only think about ourselves and our own lives. And I'm combating that by thinking, if my fellow adventurers were in this alternate vision with me, I would not experience it this way.
Gotcha. Sounds perfect. Go
Okay.
ahead and hit me up with that check.
And so it's going to be at a +2 from filibuster.
Let's go.
So you can sense this and you can feel yourself piercing through the illusion, the kind of illusory world of seeing your family and your buildings and everything around you kind of frays and burns through. Like you're watching a film that while it's being played on the reel, someone lights the projector on fire and it burns away the bits and pieces of the illusion. You feel yourself break open, kind of like from a cocoon almost, out of your shard, and your body flows away. And you're now where I described Griffle was at the beginning. You're in between, and you see this faint, shimmering image of a cloud of shards of broken glass, of not glass, of quartz, of purple quartz that I'm going to send you the image in just a second. But you see that, and you see the people down below. Brain. I'm talking to Morin. So there is the image of what you see. You can tell it's like translucent, like it's there, but very, very faintly. The same thing that you would imagine like a ghost would look like. But you see the others struggling below you to escape. From your vantage point, now that you're out here, you can see everyone in the shards below. So you have effectively line of effect to everyone. So the limitations that you had of not being able to interact with certain people, that goes away.
Okay. And the image you sent me, that's of the entity that Griffo was speaking to?
Yes.
Okay.
Phil, you're up.
Am I able to use my powers?
Yeah, you have a pretty strong idea of who you are, and you can feel the change, right? The fact that she is twisting who you are to this belief that you don't matter. Only what you wield matters.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna do my favorite thing, which is rhyme to a walker. And I'll say, by 3 we come, before, now, and after. You show me a world where I have been forgotten. Yet all I see is a future that is your disaster. And then I'll do the Baneslayer marking power.
Could you copy?
I have a copy. I'm ready.
There you go. It's helpful.
Man, when Philly starts rhyming, shit's getting real.
Yeah, every time.
So you feel Baneslayer being there, and when you go to draw on Baneslayer's power, you feel your hand being burnt away. You feel the power of Baneslayer is there, and it's burning brightly, like it's trying to reach you. And when you try to reach for it, it's white hot when you touch it. So burning the encounter power will have an effect. Go ahead and make your check to try to pull yourself out of the illusion.
Oh, It's always so. I always do these intimidating things. I'm not good at
Maybe you need to retrain into intimidate.
that. Untrained. That seems like an intimidate check to me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at that, brother!
Nice. With the natural 20, you grab hold of the image in your mind of Baneslayer, and when you grab hold of it, the image sort of twists and burns. Like Baneslayer is trying to pull you away to go do what it wants to do. It's trying to be the center of attention. It's trying to be the focus. And while it's doing that, it's trying to draw the attention of the walker from you to it, shielding you, but in the way that is putting itself in the attention, in the spotlight. And when you reach out and you draw from it, you feel your hand become solid again, become your hand. The burning goes away, dies down as you grip the hilt of the weapon and you draw it out with you into the realm above where Morin is, where Griffel once was. You're in the light and your body is suffused with light. You are shining like a small star above the surface of the planet. And the weapon in your hand, now the spear as you saw it so long ago when it was wielded by the angel, it still looks like it did, but it's dull. It's plain. It's a weapon, but you are the one that brings the light. One of many. You're up.
All right. So it is clear to us that this is a walker, yeah?
You don't know for certain. Not
Mhm.
until you get out. Not until if you succeed this check, you will know for certain. It is reasonable to assume that if it's not a walker, it's like some sort of powerful thing on the walker's team.
Mhm. Okay. All right. So I would say Fetter the Walker, all shall see, all shall know. Hope returns with me for that which was lost and that which shall come again. And I will do an intimidate check.
Nice.
Nice roll. Nice roll.
So you feel this, and when you say Fetter the Walker, there is an echo of your voice as it escapes from the shard. Fetter the Walker. The echo of your voice shatters the prison around you. You feel yourself drawn up, and you can see the pieces of the prison that was yours fall away. And when you look up, you see that image, that focused concentration of the woman with her hands held up, drawing deep on her power. Her eyes open, and there's just darkness within. And then you see eyes open along her hands, her arms, her chest, her dress. Everything, there are eyes, and they focus on you. They focus on something they have heard, something they hate. So at the end of the round, for those that are now further on the grid, Drock, you do not get any more stages of the disease, and Griffel, you do not get any stages of the disease either. I will say mechanically, you're aware that if you go further to the right, it will progress the disease in stages. Griffel, you find yourself up on the wall, and it feels wrong. It feels like your feet feel dead. You're used to being aboard a ship. even the Superstitions Inn has a sway, a movement to it. It rocks in the air in a different way than Sverver rocked on the ocean, but there was still some life to it, some energy that you could feel beneath your feet. But here on the wall, it feels dead. And looking around, you can see behind you, wading into the water, going underneath the waves and deeper into the ruined city, you see Drock just barely in sight, and that light burning away, carrying with him into the darkness, is fading rapidly as he passes away from you. You see what the others saw, these massive tentacles and tendrils, the sky itself being seeded by these creatures dipping in and bringing the clouds with them, creating the water, creating this environment, creating this black rain that hides even darker things beneath the waves. Griffle, when you get here, you can hear this whispering something, like there is something trying to talk to you, but it echoes around. Like you've got a helmet on, or maybe you've got earplugs in, and you can tell someone's talking to you, but it's so muted and unintelligible, it might as well not be there.
Okay.
So basically, you get that there is someone trying to do something to you, and you get this scene, but you're still kind of disconnected from it.
Okay.
So you think about that for a second, and we'll go to Drock. So Drock, you start making your way through, wading your way through, and you can see that beneath the waves in the ruins, there are puddles, rivulets of water, glittering lakes and streams that are beneath the waves. As you continue to go down into the ruins, you can see that above you, 5 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet, there's open water, and there is this strange other water, like it's heavier than the rest of the water around it, creating a shore beneath the waves. And in that shore, you see these tendrils feeding and drawing on this energy, feeding on the water beneath the waves. And as they do, the tendrils reach out further and further into the ruins, going all around, seeping their way into everyone and everything that was here before. When you get this sensation of crawling, and as you feel you're walking in, the connection between the ruins and yourself highlights. You feel it growing ever stronger. And as you watch the things draw from this lake, it feels like it's drawing from you, your own energy, your own pool of inner reserves. And the tendrils that reach down past the hallways that reach out deeper into the ruins, they feel like they're spreading from your head, through your neck, your chest, your lungs, like you have roots that are growing within your body, constricting and drawing away your life's blood. There is no voice down here. There's only that weight of a presence. There's only that ever-present feel that your body is being twisted, changed, corrupted, that your strength is now the strength of the enemy. So Warren and Phil, I have kind of already briefly sort of described what's going on for you in the next thing, but you're outside of the grid. You're where Griffle was. And you can see them down below. You can tell that Griffle and Drock are down there, but if you want to interact with any of them specifically, if you have a general effect like Morin's building camaraderie, that will automatically affect them. If you have a specific thing you want to do to help them, you have to find them first. You have to kind of pierce through the clouds to find their shard and then help them individually. So, again, you're out here. You can see the. I didn't send the thing to everybody else. I will do that. The face I will send in Discord to Phil. Whoops, that is incorrect. Copy image to Phil, and copy image to one of Mini and to Morin. I already sent you. Okay, so Phil and one of Mini, I sent you the image of the translucent thing made of purple quartz. So,
And this is just existing here. This is not
Yeah.
the same as the woman we saw previously.
yeah, so it's the woman. Oh, you guys can see her now too. Hang on.
Does she look different?
She doesn't look like what you see down there in the bottom left. I really should have put these in as another thing. But give me just 1 second. Let me pull up my Silver Spire handouts. So this is her. And I'm going to put her in the quadrant down below because that is kind of what's going on. Nine.
Spooky woman. It's like the lady from Ghostbusters.
So that same sort of thing. The orb that's behind her is actually, from your perspective, in front of her. And if you look at how it kind of looks like a planet, like the atmosphere of a planet behind her, that's what it looks like. She's standing behind this planet, and the clothes that she wears and the sort of aura of power around her is creating the atmosphere, is creating this orb that contains all the shards. So all the shards that you guys saw are contained within this thing in the back. And you kind of have to look through that atmosphere in order to find a specific shard.
And the big crystal face is like opposing it. Opposite of this.
So she is like the side, like imagine again that orb in the background is a planet.
Yeah.
How big she is in this picture is how big she seems to you. You seem
Just
like your
the
normal
other
size self.
walkers.
Huh?
Just like the other walkers.
Yeah, so she's even bigger than the than Terminus. Like Terminus was gigantic. She
But he
is
said on a planet.
Yeah, but he's not gigantic on the scale of a planet. She is, beyond comprehension of size type thing. Like this is a godlike type of appearance. And the crystalline person, the person made of quartz that's kind of next to you, the broken shards, that's the same size as you. And it's not a full person either. So it's pretty small because it's just the head, one shoulder, and about half of one arm.
It's like a bust.
A person. Yeah, it's kind of like a bust with the one of the shoulders missing and like down almost all the way to the elbow on the one arm.
And is she missing an eye?
She is not.
Okay.
She has so many eyes. She could be missing one of them.
Do the eyes that reveal themselves, are they on her as well in this form?
Yes.
Okay.
But you got a glimpse of when you escaped that all of them focused on you for a second.
Mhm.
Out here, they don't look like they're focused on you. They look like they're searching and looking around. Like they know that something has happened. They've been alerted, but they are not looking directly at you yet.
Yeah.
So I do want to kind of switch things up a little bit. I know I did Drock and Griffle first last time, but given that Morin and Phil are in a position to help Drock and Griffle and will either be exiting the scene or will be helping them, I want to do their stuff first. So as you guys are there, you're seeing this, you look around and you see the shard thing. It washes over Morin and sees One and Phil. And you get this strange sensation that's really hard to pin down of an image in your head of holding the candle. It's not as offensive as when the walker did it. It's more like a recognition, almost like it's saying your name. And the name is the holder of the candle. One, you had the same sensation come to you, but your expertise in psionics can recognize it's not really talking to you. It's sending an image. It's sending kind of a concept to you rather than sending words. And for you, you get an image of an eye that's closed and it's bound. Like the lid is not only closed, but you can see little pieces of stitchings where it has been stitched closed, and then you see the outside of the eye as an orb. So we're going to start with you three first. So Morin, Phil, and One. If you guys have something you want to do or questions you want to ask, go there. Morin, you're up first by default. Actually, Morin, you've been first a couple of times, so I'm going to switch it around. I'm going to have you be last and have One go first by default.
Sit down.
The one time I don't know what I'm going to do immediately. This is perfect.
Good. So One, you are up first. You can tell that whatever this thing is, it does seem psionic, but when it sent you that thing, it gave you that sort of psionic handshake that you're used to when you open yourself up and kind of request that someone kind of communicates with you. And so it doesn't have that same sort of oppressive, offensive, it's inflicting its psionics on you. It's just kind of opening it up and allowing you to communicate.
Okay. So, okay. So I can speak to it.
Correct.
Creature, are you friend to us?
I am friend to one that would call you friend. And I might be more if your eyes are ever opened.
I would open my eyes if I were able. I'll take out the orb and hold it up to the creature.
So you take out the orb, you sort of mentally kind of manifest it in front of you. It doesn't look like what you've seen before. Normally, it's just pure black crystal orb, and it floats around you. When you think about it being there and you pull its presence, it doesn't look like a black orb. It looks like an eyeball. And that eyeball is in this sort of decaying and corrupted sack of an eyelid that covers it on all sides, and the front of the eyelid is sewn shut. What would she do when she summons the thing that she thinks she knows what it looks like, and it looks very different?
Yeah. But it still, I mean, it looked like it matches.
Yeah, you can still tell that is what it is, but it doesn't look like what you're used to seeing. Although, she is an experienced mentalist. She realizes that things here are representations. Like what's down below is not actually water. You're not actually on a wall. So the fact that it looks different, it's maybe slightly disturbing, but it's not. It doesn't feel out of place.
Okay. And it looks like it's made out of the same substance that this guy is, correct?
No, it does not.
Oh, it does not.
You can't see the orb itself. It looks like it's basically in this sort of tattered, tightly drawn, like sack that looks like it's made of like decaying and corroded flesh. It's not enough that you can see through it to the inside, but it's in this ratty bag that is sewed shut in the front. You know that the orb, or what you perceive as the orb, is probably inside of this, but it's hidden from you.
Am I able to physically remove the bag?
You can try.
Okay.
So your character is aware that you can use either physical or mental stats. Basically, you're enough out of the psionic attack, you're enough out of the illusion that you can sort of shape your reality a little bit. And you know that this is concepts, right? You're not experiencing this as it's actually a physical thing you're holding in your hand, but you can use either your ability to see through illusions or use your force of will in order to do this. The one thing that I would say that you're aware that you could use, but because you're psionically aware and you're used to using psionic attacks, your character would be aware that if you draw on your arcane magic, if you draw on your power directly, there's a really good chance that you're going to draw on the attention of that titanic figure.
Okay.
AKA, you can use Arcana, but you know that it's going to carry extra risk because you've sort of slipped the net. And if you draw attention to yourself by drawing on psionics, it is likely to go poorly.
Okay. Can I hold up the orb to the crystal person and say, is this the eye you reference?
An islet of Morthak, the Watcher's eye, blinded, sealed, contained.
Then is this dangerous to behold? Am I better rid of it?
You would live a safer, longer life without the attention of the Watcher. He was hard on those that followed him, those that knew him, but those that wished to find him, that wished to see him, that wished to know, could not. The Watcher must be made to see. You cannot see him.
The creature or whatever this thing is that's talking to you, it does say all of that, but it comes with all of these extra emotions and context. Like, it's very clearly using psionics to communicate. And the extra context that you're getting from this is that the eye is something that you feel pretty strongly if you forced it open, if you tried to go at it, it would attempt to defend itself. That you need to draw it out. You need to get its attention rather than kind of dig it up out of the ground or take it out of its containment.
Mm-hmm.
You can also get that there is this weird mix of when it talks about Morthak, when it talks about the Watcher, it gives you this sensation of respect, but also fear. Like, it is a power that is dangerous, but not necessarily against you or against it. It might be an ally, but it's a dangerous and deadly one.
Oh, we have plenty of those. And how might it be safely awakened? I do not wish to draw unpleasant attention.
The attention of the Watcher will be unpleasant. What it sees is unpleasant. It is designed to see those that do not wish to be seen. It is designed to see all those.
And you see the shards and the image form together into being fairly solid as it looks away from you to the image of the giant woman above the clouds.
To see those that don't belong. To see those that walk among us that are not from here.
So the construct seems to be okay with talking to you.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, you can tell that sort of wave, that crashing, sort of grinding wave below you that is destroying the shards, is actively happening. You can tell that there is sort of an element where time matters. You can continue talking to it, of course, but if you keep this conversation going, you're effectively going to sort of skip your turn if you wish to try to help those down below.
Oh, okay. I think, surprise, surprise, I don't totally understand. So it sounds like the eye can identify agents of the adversary. Is that what I could reasonably conclude from what you just said?
Seems to be what it's saying. And
Okay.
I normally wouldn't give extra context, but because this creature is specifically giving you extra context when it's speaking to you psionically, the context is it can see walkers and things connected to the walkers.
Okay. But okay, so is a watcher not an adversary thing?
You've heard it called that. The beholder was called a watcher.
Right.
It used a lowercase w. This
Okay.
thing, it uses a capital. Like you've heard things called as epithets, right?
Mhm.
The summer lady, she isn't like the queen who is yet to come. Those are all capitalized, right? They all are like proper nouns. It's not just a description of she will eventually be queen. It doesn't have the same sort of connotation as princess. It
Mhm.
is more like a formal title. And that's what the watcher feels like when this creature is talking. It pretty clearly doesn't mean the things that you've seen before. You don't think it means the beholder. It means something else.
Okay. And so I was trying to ask it like basically because it said it sent me an image of like open your eye. And so I said, how? And it kind of didn't answer. Is that by design?
It basically said you can't force it to open. Because you're
Uh-huh.
basically, how do I open this thing? And it
Yeah.
says you can't really do that. You have to get it, you have to convince it to open itself. But it kind of came with this thing of this feeling of like, it probably can't do that right now.
Okay.
Or at least that is what the entity believes. It sends you the context of it doesn't think you can do this right now.
Okay. 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 I guess my last follow-up question would then be along the lines of what would one hypothetically do later to convince it to open?
Yeah. So, and the thing is you, like I said, in game, if one wants to continue this conversation, we can do this. But if you ask any more specific questions of the entity during this turn, that will sort of pass your turn for the purposes of the skill challenge.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask that question.
Okay. What's the question?
Um, you have said that the eye must be coaxed to open. What could one do to coax it?
So you see the kind of shards form in, they become a little brighter, a little more substantial, a little less ghostly. And as the entity focuses on you, you get sort of assaulted by images, dozens and dozens of images of people, of places, and they're all different. Like you see a woman who's cleaning out a pot, who's just going through the kind of extra elbow grease effort of cleaning something that is covered with layers and layers of grease, working her way through the pot in a kitchen during a sunny day. You see a soldier on a battlefield, focused and heavy, digging themselves into the ground, holding a shield and pushing against the press of an enemy army. You don't sense any strange things there. The people on the sides of this soldier are people. The ones against them, more people. They have differing views, but they aren't different things. More images again and again, different all over the place. And as you get these clusters of images, you get the conceptualization that it's trying to express to you that these are all grouped together. Hundreds and hundreds of images that fall under umbrellas of entities of people. And when you kind of follow the thing back, right? Imagine this being like you're looking at a folder in a computer. You open up a folder and you can see all the files within. There are these images of all these people. But when you try to look at where they are, you try to look at the folders that contain, there's nothingness. There's darkness. There's a blank file name with a corrupted thing that doesn't show. You see 13 files, 13 headers that have been erased, destroyed, removed, destroyed so thoroughly that even though the groupings yet remain, it's difficult to see how these images connect to one another. And you can tell it's trying to explain that you need to find these things. You need to find these categories. You need to show the eye things. That trying to force it out won't do anything. That you must find others like it. You must find things it will recognize. You must draw the eye out. Nothing that you can do can force your way in, at least from the perspective of the crystals.
Okay.
Do you have any questions to clarify what you just saw, other than like having more questions for the thing? Because it's a weird description.
I mean, I think I'm understanding that those are the 13 forbidden gods from Celestia. No, you don't have to confirm or deny. That's cool. So I have to show it. I have to figure out what those are and show it to it. That's what I got.
Cool.
Cool.
Filibuster, you're up.
I got more rhymes.
Drop those sick rhymes on me, sir.
Yeah. Cool. I'm gonna focus on the candle. And I will say, fear me for what I can do for others. One candle can light infinite more. Ignited are the hearts of my sisters and brothers. Soon to make your undoing a simple chore.
So are you saying this aloud?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you say this aloud,
Also, I would like to use insightful comment.
cool. So as you say this aloud, the little shard thing listens to you as you're saying, and you can hear kind of crackling, like the shards kind of rubbing against one another as it smiles, and it responds to your poem by saying,
"The devouring hate has chosen a wielder well."
The devouring hate?
Yep.
Cool. Love that for us.
Means the image of the candle and the light.
Yeah.
And while the words that he uses are kind of scary words, you get that he says that very positively. Like, the entity doesn't see the devouring hate as a bad thing.
Yeah.
So the question then becomes, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to spread that light? What it sounds like you're trying to spread the light to the people down below to show them a way out?
That was kind of the thought, like do diplomacy to everyone below, including Drakengriffel. Is diplomacy okay?
Hang on one second.
Yeah, I figured. That's fine.
Daughter was saying goodnight. So, you can do bluff, diplomacy, intimidate. You can definitely do that as your main check. You can kind of spread that through, but you need to find Griffel and Drak first. You need to find the shards that they are in order to sort of...
I thought you said, insightful comment wouldn't just affect everyone.
it'll hit all the people that are here, and there's nothing specifically preventing you from affecting Griffle and Drock, but you need to find them first. You need to open up the clouds to see them. Like previously, when the people were on the walls, there was no way to overcome the barrier that is they are not adjacent to you. In this, there is, but you have to part the clouds first to see you down below. So someone needs to make the effect to part the clouds. Now, if you want to wait and have kind of ask Morin to part the clouds, you could then use Insightful Comment and make a check to kind of create the light. Or you need to do the thing where you open up and go through. Like you could also do something with the light to kind of pierce through, kind of like a reverse of what you did when you raised the banner at Hardhome.
That's kind of what I had pictured. It's almost like a guiding light thing, not necessarily for Drock and Griffle alone, just like anyone.
So what I'm going to say is, if you make a moderate DC success when you do this, that you can choose either Griffle or Drock, and I'm going to ask you to choose before you make the check. And if you make a hard DC success, the light will hit both of them.
Sure. I will pick Griffle because Griffle is struggling.
Can I ask a question first?
Sure.
So, because I've been trying to use the summer power, that's fine. I was also just thinking, do I have my weapon, Triptychos? And can I use its power right now?
You currently are holding your old weapon. You don't know what Triptychos is. We'll get to that your turn.
Okay. Yeah, no, if I don't know it, because then I was thinking of also trying to create light this turn, which may affect what they're doing. So, but if not, it doesn't matter.
I'll do diplomacy because I think it makes the most sense. Guide the hearts of men. Right.
And women.
And women. And thimbies. Oh, I didn't add 6. 21.
So 21 is a success. What is your Inspired Camaraderie at right now, Morin?
It's at a -2 to the DC.
Okay, so we're at 24, which would make that still not a hard DC success, but it definitely does make it a moderate DC success. And you picked?
I said Griffle.
Griffle? Okay. So Griffle, you can see above you this beam of brilliant white light that seems more real than everything around you. And because it seems so real, everything around you just looks like hazy fake images. Like the light that is coming down and falling upon you, that looks real. Everything else feels like the holodeck when the lights turn on. Everything else is clearly an illusion. You'll be able to use that to affect the next round. Morin, what are you doing?
Well, I have 2 ideas, but I'll see if you let me do the first.
Okay.
So I want to help Drock. I saw him struggling when I was at the previous scene. And I can't see him, but I can sense him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
You know he's down there somewhere.
So I was thinking, and maybe I need to combine these two, but could I use like my noble presence, which boosts people's defense, but with my unspeakable bond to essentially like give him a better roll on his next check?
Yes.
Okay, because
you're basically
unspeakable bond. Unspeakable bond doesn't really work like that, but I have exclusively used it with Drock, and I got it specifically so I could use it with Drock. So I feel like that's like my connection that I have with him, and then I'm trying to inspire him to do better on his check, even though noble presence is about defenses, but just to his actual check.
Well, I mean, this is a Mindscape world, and he is under attack. So while he's sort of fighting his way through this thing, it is all defensive. So it 100% makes sense, story-wise, for a bonus to effectively defenses to be a bonus to checks in this situation, because all the checks are defending yourself against the walker's attack.
Okay. And so I guess I'll hope that like with my bond, my voice reaches him.
Yeah.
And I'll say, let's see.
My daughter's not counting down for you.
So I'll just say, Drock, look to the skies above you. Recognize the illusion around you, the assault of a walker upon your mind, and find me.
Sounds good.
This is your captain speaking.
That is perfect.
Nice one, Kylie.
So how much of a bonus does that give?
It depends on what his success is, or
Got
whether he succeeds and then how much by.
And can I roll diplomacy?
Yeah, no, diplomacy makes a lot of sense.
Okay. Then this is looking very good.
I mean, yeah, you're at a pretty massive bonus right now.
A 39.
Jeez.
39, which is a great success, even without the lowered DCs.
Yeah.
So you draw on this, and you draw on the memory of using this ability, of the connection with Drock, of knowing that you learned how to do this. You crafted this thing in order to specifically help this one person. And those memories of learning the spell, of working through the process of figuring out how to use this, and thinking about how useful it will be specifically for your ally, those images of the memories of things that happen are playing rapidly in Technicolor as sort of a training montage of what you remember. And you follow that as sort of a beam of energy down through the clouds, piercing through and surrounding Drock with this array of images of a memory of your and Drock's connection to one another. Drock, you can see images of Morin around you, leading you forward, helping you on, standing behind you to strike down the things that you are holding back. The striker to your defender, the friend, the comrade, the someone who can lead you out of this darkness, out of the waters and back above to the surface and beyond, out of this illusion, or so he says. So that means that not only do you get the +2, but you would also get the effect of insightful comment. And because it is a hard DC success, Morin, because both Griffle and Drock are, you can sense them, that the clouds have been pierced for the round. If one of them fails, then you can do the thing where you either lower their fail, or if one of them succeeds, you can increase their success. You can step them up one tier.
Okay.
So Drock and Griffle, do either of you want to go first?
Yeah, I had something. So basically, Griffle and I were together and then pushed forward and got separated. So I want to call out, you keep claiming dominance over us, yet you fear us enough to force us apart every chance you get. You're not even strong enough to face two of us at once. If you are as strong as you claim, face us all. Or keep us separated and prove your true weakness. And I kind of want to use a bluff to kind of like see if it will help, you know, call her out and see if she'll actually let us fight together.
So I'm going to ask you the same question that I've asked them, and I'm going to make it real pointed. When you say us, when you say we, when you're talking about a group, are you talking about specifically you and Griffle? Or are you talking about the party? Or are you talking about all peoples? How big of a net are you casting when you say us?
So originally it was just going to be myself and Griffle because we were the ones that were separated. But now that I see and probably can sense Morin, I'd probably include him in that. So probably Griffle and Morin at this point.
Okay. So the group.
Yeah.
Hook me up with that bluff check with a plus a lot. So three from Morin's ability, 2 from the previous success, and 6 from insightful comment. So that's plus 11 to your bluff.
So 46. The one time I roll good is when I have all the bonuses.
So 46 is easily a great success. And you can go either down and to the left or straight down. Again, the down to the left thing actually doesn't look like that. It's this, it's the other image. Is this on the right layer? Yeah. To back. That didn't work. Oh, because it's not on the right layer. That is super unhelpful.
I think I vaguely remember. Do I like does my character know a difference between these things or not really?
So your character would perceive the down and to the left as following the light up through the waters, going back to the surface. It sees the straight down as continuing through the ruins and using the light to guide you and protect you, to sort of defend yourself as you keep going deeper, keep going further into what's here, kind of knowing that it is an illusion, but continuing forward.
And would I see the light from Baneslayer?
Yes.
And would that be kind of towards the left then? Because if so, and if I recognize that, I'd definitely move to the left.
Okay, yeah. So basically, imagine there's a big light coming from the sky, and you can either swim or float upwards towards the light, or you can use the light and the connection that you have to continue forward rather than going up, to continue kind of deeper through the ruins.
I think up makes sense, yeah.
So I'm not giving you the mechanics for it intentionally because I want this to be this whole thing is very sort of wibbly wobbly mind stuff.
Yeah,
so I want it
agreed. Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to think. So if I see the light and kind of felt like I was falling backwards before, I think going up would be ideal or what would be intended. So yeah, so down and to the left then.
Okay. Griffle, last but not least. You are muted if you are there.
So in terms of like their orient, like what can I see?
So you're standing on the wall. Again, it feels fake. It feels like Legos you're standing on. And you can see these creatures, these people, these shadowy figures coming up to the wall, coming up not to you, but coming through breaks in the wall and going to the city behind you. And you can see this like straight up Independence Day style beacon of light just falling down, piercing the clouds and surrounding you in a halo of light, like you're about to be beamed up. And you can feel the presence of Baneslayer. And when you look up, you can see in the parted clouds above Morin, One, and Phil.
Cool. Hey friends, I'm coming. There's just one thing I gotta do first. And I take out my holy symbol, the 11-pointed star of Saint Typhon, and I'm like, I spent my whole life fearing you, fearing what could happen if I didn't say the rites and follow the precepts. But something lived off of fear is not worth living. I don't fear you anymore, and I'm just gonna throw it away.
So when you take out your holy symbol, it doesn't look like what you remember. It is an 11-pointed star, but it looks closer to a starfish than it looks to something made out of metal. It is that same dark color as the tendrils that you can see below the walls. It writhes and moves and twists in your hand, and it tries to hold on when you go to throw it away. And you feel as if throwing it away, like you're ripping away something from yourself. You're leaving a part of who you were behind. But the sensation of it being a Band-Aid that's torn off quick, it'll hurt for just a moment, is pulling you forward, making you decide that you're going to lose a piece of yourself, but maybe that piece of yourself deserves to be lost. So insight is always default for the check. you are sort of, again, this is a quote unquote like offensive mental thing that you're doing. So intimidate would be the secondary default. If you're trying to do something else, like, I mean, this is straight up, could be a religion check. You could do something like that. Or if you're feeling to justify something else, I can definitely see it. So it's up to you. As a note, you are at plus 6, 8. Oh, you're at plus 9 right now to diplomacy, bluff, and intimidate.
Oh, if it's possible, I just want to like throw it like a discus, like bring it back and then just yeet it as far as I possibly can. And I'm gonna shoot this insight check through. No way.
You go, you reach back, you throw it, and when you throw it, when you let it loose, it feels like it's tearing away some of the flesh on your hand. Like it had little bitty barbs that were sunk into your skin. And when it goes, you feel it go, and you feel yourself kind of steel yourself against the pain as it rips away. You can feel that could have been really painful, i.e. you could have lost a surge from the process, but you didn't. You didn't lose the surge. You didn't have the pain. You girded yourself against the pain and were able to step out of it. So you would go here. Drak. So at the top of the round, Morin and Phil, you guys have the same thing. You're still in that sort of in-between realm. The giant figure is still there searching. And Griffel and Drak, you find yourselves in the image they had before, where you feel like you're a giant at a playground, that you're contained within this tiny glass box and your body is stretching and growing out of it, that you're sort of escaping out of this crystal, kind of like bursting out of a cocoon. For Drak, when you do, you can feel the sensation of your energy go through, and there is this warmth, this flickering light on the outside. There's a coating of something that is flickering and failing. You can recognize it as your connection to Clotho, to the summer night, to the power of the summer court, but it's not working correctly. It's failing. It's a dying light. There's something happening, something destroying or corrupting your connection to Clotho. But now that you can feel that it's there, you can recognize that that's what's happening. You can see the light. You can feel its power. For Griffel, when you get to the edge, it doesn't feel like they felt. This thing doesn't feel like a crystal. It's not hard. It's not a container that is trapped and solid. Instead, it's like a sheath, a flexible cocoon that, rather than resisting direct force, is sort of pulling and drawing away from you, spreading and sharing the energy, keeping you trapped as more of a give than rather something that is just a force that has to be broken and overcome. As your mind and body brushes up against the great power of the walker, Drak, you're going to get a vision, and Griffel, you get this sense of something interposing itself. The vision is happening, but you feel choice. You can choose to experience the vision, to fight it head on, to go after this image of what the walker believes your life would be like should your dreams be destroyed. But now that you're here, reaching out, you can feel that the vision is aimed at your head, and surrounding your head, protecting you, is the helm. Which would you choose? Would you choose to experience the vision the walker is trying to force upon you and try to fight your way through it? Or are you going to fight your way through, trusting in the helm to protect you?
I'm gonna trust the helm.
Gotcha. So your last check will be made not directly against the vision, but it will be something that'll be on a pretty significantly lowered DC. So it might be a little bit harder to be creative about the response, but the DC for the check will be a good bit lower. So Drak, wanted to do you first. So when you brush up against this this vision, this feeling, you, just like the rest, get the image of being like lost, and the kind of flickering light of the fairy courts is always playing in the background. You get this sensation that you can sort of recognize that things here aren't real, that this is a vision being played for you, but it still feels real. It still hits hard. It still feels like you're lost. You're never going to find what you're supposed to do. You see yourself in a busy marketplace, people moving around and ignoring you. They're not ignoring you because there's something wrong with you. It's more like nobody you've ever found has anything in common with you. You walk down crowded streets, surrounded by people, but alone. No one talks to you. No one recognizes you. As you pass down a street, a mob of people walks through the street and through you. You pass through them, you can feel this envelope of psionic power gathered around you and pushing you forward, searching down each alleyway, down each road. And you find people, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people living their own lives, doing their own things, but nobody that you can connect to. And when you try to reach out to touch people, when you try to touch the ground, to touch the world, to change anything about you, your hand passes through. You're out of sync with the world. Nobody is like you. Nobody is your specific type of thing. And anything you could use as a touchstone, as a connection, to allow you to experience what other people experience, it's lost. And in the sea of people, in the endless maze of this eternal city, after you search again and again down more and more streets, seeing more and more faces full of eyes that are full of life and color, you see more people living their lives, but not seeing you, the feeling that you'll ever find someone to connect with feels impossible, hopeless. You'll never belong. So, because the people that are out of the situation would be able to affect it first, we'll do, again, one, Philly and Morin. And since Philly has not gone first of the group, we'll have Philly go first this time, unless you want to delay.
Unless anyone else wants to go. I'm ready.
Go for
ahead.
it.
Okay. And I could see Drock, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Previously.
You can see him kind of straining against the crystal that he's in the same position you were before. So he's like right there, right on the edge of the cloud cover. You don't need to make a check to see either him or Griffle. They're quote unquote big enough that you don't need to pierce the clouds to interact with them. But you can see Drock is fighting against this thing, and that sort of flickering light around him is failing. And you can see Griffle is doing the same thing, but the helm around her is clearly protecting her. And while she's trying to escape, the crystals that are next to you, that purple quartz image, is very solid. It doesn't look incorporeal anymore. It looks like it's there just as much as anyone else.
So thinking of Drock in this case, and sort of directing my attention towards the walker, I will say, the fabric of the universe moves against you. Where once dread stood, now exists laughter. Summer holds fast from your vile spew. By 3 we come, before, now, and after. Oh, and then I will use my summer power. I'll expend it, I suppose. Which is this one.
And you said you're sort of specifically talking to the walker, but you're focusing on Drock, right?
Yeah, as another person who is the main summer person on our team.
So when you focus, Drock, in your vision, you sense that someone else is talking to you. You hear Filibuster's voice. You hear the rhyming poem. And now walking with you is a ghostly image of a beautiful young woman. You don't recognize this version of Clotho, but you can't mistake her for anyone else. And she seems real, like something you could touch. Unlike everyone else around you, she has something in common. She knows who and what you are. So that will be. Go ahead and make your check, Filibuster, because that's going to automatically happen when you use your power. But I want to see. It also comes with a bonus to skill checks.
I don't know what to use. I didn't think that far. How do you feel about religion in this case?
Yeah, makes sense. Personally, I hate religion, but you know.
I said in this case, Gary.
Mhm.
Okay, here's the other question I had. I know we kind of discussed this previously, but my insightful comment specifically says until the end of my next turn.
Mhm.
But you said I only get it once, right? Or do I get it?
You get it. You get it. So
Oh,
basically,
but I'm rolling. If I'm rolling religion, it wouldn't matter anyways.
yeah. Well, one, it doesn't matter for religion, but the idea is if you're in a skill challenge where each round is like several minutes, you know, you're doing something where each quote unquote turn of the skill challenge is like 10, 15 minutes, then use a power like that. It only affects one round. This is not like that. This is more like closer to combat initiative, where you're doing things very actively back to back to back. So it would last for 2 turns.
Okay. In that case, can I swap to intimidate?
Sure. Did you do intimidate last time? I think you did diplomacy last time. Yeah, okay.
I have done intimidate before.
Right, but it wasn't your last.
Okay. Okay, let's do that then. That will give me more. 18.
So 18, does that include your
That
bonus?
has the 6 in it.
That has the 6 in it already?
Mm-hmm.
So that would be moderate DC normally, and more on your thing is at negative -3, right? More on you're muted if you were there.
Oh, sorry. Yes, that's right.
So effectively +3 from that would get you to 21, and then the +2 from the last round would only get you to 23. So not quite to hard DC. So it is not going
Where's
to.
the RP bonus, Gary?
It's there, right? Like the RP bonus is the fact that Clotho is there, and that is going to have a tangible benefit for Drock. So that's why I said, hey, this happens automatically, and now make your check.
Yeah.
So it's not going to give Drock anything special. You're trying to reach out, but reaching into this illusion from the outside, it's the power of the walker covering the outside of the shard that Drock is trapped in is really hard to penetrate, to fight, to pin down. It's this slippery, nauseating mass of energy that if you try to attack it, it just sort of like gives and flows somewhere else. If you try to go through it, it sort of tightens in and clasps around your whatever you extend towards it. It is this confusing mess where it's just getting through to Drock is extremely hard. So Drock, you won't get any straight up bonuses, but you will get the benefit of having Clotho next to you. One of many. What are you doing?
So from where we are now, it's like we're one level away from getting out, is kind of the understanding. Like we just have to make that last leap to our physical body. Okay.
Correct. And you get the sensation that it's right there. You don't feel like it's going to take any effort to do so. You're sort of, kind of like imagine your foot was stuck in the mud. You pulled your foot out of the mud. You're still in sort of an area that is, dirty and wet and that sort of stuff, but it's not going to take extra effort to step away from it.
Okay. So mechanically, our challenge is to get Drock and Griffle out, and otherwise we're done.
Or you could exit the scene and go back to your body to see what's happening.
Oh, God.
Okay. Um. I don't know. I don't know what I could really do to help at this point.
Do you want to delay for a minute, or you want to ask questions?
I'll delay.
Okay. Morin, you're up, sir.
Okay. So there's this cloud, swirling green clouds. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. I can switch back
Is
to the other image if it helps.
is that um impeding Drock and Griffel's attempt to break the illusion?
It is not.
And it's not. Okay. So getting rid of it wouldn't help them.
Yeah. The
Hmm.
the thing that they're doing right now is they're being hit by, in the scene that you can see down there, she's holding her hands up and there's dark power swelling around her.
Mm-hmm.
She is sort of like focused direct energy on the outside of the shard. So rather than being the cloud that sort of obscures everything, that is sort of a generic sort of for lack of better terms, an area of effect, this is a more targeted, you're right in the heat of the beam, right in the focus of the energy. So if you wanted to do, it sounds like you're kind of asking about the clouds, so you can sort of break up the cover to help them get out.
Yeah.
You need to interrupt that stream of energy coming from the hands. You'd have to disrupt that somehow if you wanted to try to help. In the same similar way of like disrupting the clouds.
Hmm. Mm-hmm.
I will say that your character would look at this and realize that if you physically, in quotation marks, if you felt like you were moving yourself in the way, if you interposed yourself in that beam, it would be dangerous. But if you resisted it, it would sort of protect those behind you. It doesn't seem like it's more in style, but
No. Hmm. Do I have the spear?
you think about the spear, you look around, you don't have it right now. When you think about having the spear, you hold in your hand a bar of air. It has little swirling mists and clouds, crackling lightning and thunder that can be seen in your hands. And you're holding this staff made of clouds and lightning.
Would I have a sense of if I were to attempt to break that beam of energy by throwing the spear into it? Would that destroy the spear?
You don't think that it is likely to endanger the actual spear, because you don't get the impression that the spear is actually here. This is like your conceptualization of the spear.
Okay. Okay. So I think that I would attempt to throw the spear into the beam of energy to interrupt it. But I recall that the spear does not like the idea of going up against a walker. And so I was anticipating needing to use diplomacy to convince it to be willing to bear the brunt of this assault.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So when you feel it and you try to communicate, you communicate your intent to the spear. You get this thing of image, and the spear sends back images of not caring, a beam of energy, of dark light, of any sort of like mental magic. That isn't things that it cares about. It doesn't care about the minds of people. It doesn't care about space. In space, there's no air, there's no clouds, there's no lightning, no thunder. It rules the sky. It does not care about places where there is no sky. You can make your check. I'm just saying that's what you're making it against when you're trying to convince it to do something.
Okay. Um, sorry, I had to cough. All right, so I'm attempting to be diplomatic. And do I still get filibuster's bonus or no?
It is until the end of the round, so yes.
Okay, so we're at a +6. Uh,
You're at effective +9.
+9.
Because
Oh, because of my
bonus is at
yeah,
3 too.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like how effectively you guys have party optimized diplomacy and intimidate and your social skills. So that is that including the full 11? I think it is.
11. You said
Or
+9.
9, sorry.
Oh, he-
That's
that's
9.
Yeah, that includes 9. So that includes my building camaraderie and filibuster.
Cool. So you send this, and what are you saying to the spear to convince it to do the thing you want it to do?
So,
Do you have the sheet that says what the motives of the sphere is?
I do. Let's go with it satisfies the first goal to be possessed by a ruler of the sky. No. So I was thinking originally of it as the walker is making a mockery of storms by creating this illusion of a storm where the spear has actually the power of a storm.
Mm-hmm. I kind of got that's what you're going for, and you could definitely do that. You can tell that that beam of energy, that beam of power, it's directed more specifically at them, but that same energy is what's creating the clouds. So if you're trying to disrupt the energy, you're trying to disrupt it from the clouds. It's not like a think of like the clouds are covering over Drak. It's not happening right now, but the clouds are being created by the same thing that's Drak. So you can sort of like sidestep the thing of like, yeah, you're not here to resist the thing that's hurting my friend. You're here to attack the same thing that happens to be hurting my friend, but that thing is making fake clouds and making a mockery of the sky.
Yes.
That sounds great. So when you reach back, you throw the spear, and it changes from being a staff to a spear as you throw it. It arcs through the air, and you see as it goes, the weapon expands and expands and expands, growing larger and larger until it's on the scale of the god. It's on the scale of the great woman. And when it strikes that beam of energy, lightning crackles, and for a second, the sky is completely clear. The illusions fade. It's just for a moment, but when the sky clears, you can see hundreds of people down below suddenly looking to the sky, waking up and seeing that their minds are under assault. Drak, you're going to be getting a +2, and also if Drak, when they make their check, for either Drak or Griffle, you can increase their success by 1 tier from the great success. 1, do you have something you want to do after seeing this?
Man, I just do not know. So I was thinking, like, is there a physical space? Like, we see Drak and Griffle below us.
Mhm.
But is it like an illusion? I mean, or are they like physically actually far, or is it just like the sense like their minds are far?
It's a mental construct. So kind of the idea of like if you're awake in a dream, you can control the dream. It's a dream construct. So you can change things, you can do stuff with it. There is sort of a physical thing in there, but you know that it's mostly just conceptual.
Yeah. Because like I have all these teleportation things. And I'm wondering if, like, it would make sense to use something like that.
Yeah.
Like, get them out, do you think?
Yeah. Again, it's Mindscape stuff. So if you're like, hey, I want to teleport my allies, I'm
Hmm.
going to change that and conceive of teleporting them away from this thing.
Yeah.
You do so. And again,
Okay.
like for the other people, they are. Actually, for these guys, they're conceptually right. They're in the same bubble. So if you use a power on them, it'll affect both people.
Okay. Well, so what I'm thinking is like a little complicated. So I have dimensional shortcut, which is close burst 3, and I can move each ally in the burst 20 squares as a free action. So could I like essentially go back in and then teleport all of us out?
Yeah, I mean, you can basically use the idea is here's memory and identity is power. So if you've not used this thing before, but if you can kind of do like, hey, I did this to get us out of danger, you can use that. Again, that's the idea of earlier with the training montage of I learned this power to get people out of danger. They're in danger. I want to use it to do so.
Okay. So I would like to do that. Um, and I feel like it would be Arcana because it is using a psionic power.
1 second.
Okay.
So if you were in the real world, it would 100% be Arcana.
Hmm.
But it's the dreamscape. So you can justify a lot of things, right? You're using this power to help your allies. You're trying to bring them out of danger. So you could do bluff, right? You put up a smoke screen and you're going to teleport them out. You could use Arcana, right? It is my magic. I'm using the memory of learning this spell to do this thing. You could use something like insight to be able to target them specifically. You can use even something like heal. You know that this is an attack against them. You're using your power to insulate them and draw them out of this. You pull them out from underneath the edge of the blade. So you can even use something like stealth, right? You're trying to hide them from unwelcome attention. So you could kind of use the idea of, okay, I pop in there and we bamf out and you're attacking us, but suddenly we're not there. There's a lot of that's the kind of style that I'm going for with the challenge is you should be able to go through a lot of justification by using who you are and your connection with other people to kind of allow you to have a little bit more freedom of movement.
Hmm. I don't know. I mean, I like in my mind, I'm seeing her like jumping in, but then like trying to use the power to get them both out is like using her force of will.
Yeah, I mean, I think in that instance, bluff probably fits better than everything else
Okay.
because you're like bluff is not only lying, but it's deception, disguise. It's saying that you're someplace and actually being someplace else. And one of many is not the type of person that walks in and punches the person in the face and then does the thing. You would just sort of slide in unnoticed and then get your friends out.
Yeah. Um, what are our mods right now? 9?
11 currently. Sorry. More in diplomacy, so 12.
Okay, so 11 for me. Okay.
Yeah, 39.
I did it.
Definitely going to get the job done. You feel yourself go in, you activate the power. You also got a bigger bonus from the using of a daily power. So actually, because you succeeded so far above and beyond, what I'll do is, rather than having what would normally do is if you use a power, you use a limited resource, it lowers the DC or gives you a bonus to the check. Because you succeeded, you kind of blew the check out of the water. I'll say that power is not expended. So rather than giving you basically a pointless bonus because you've succeeded by so far, the benefit you get is that you use the power and then don't get rid of it. 1 second, hang on. Sorry, my daughter wants to talk rather than go to sleep. 1 second, apologies.
Definitely never experienced that one. Nope, not every night.
We have to go on an adventure in the morning to find one of her imaginary friends. So, okay. Need to get back into brain space of being in the game. So, yeah, so great success. You're drawing the memories of learning the spell, and so you're not going to expend it.
Okay.
What the check will also mean is that you'll be able to, without taking another action, if both Griffle and Drock succeed at getting away from the thing they're in, you can take everyone completely out of the scene, and without spending another round doing this, you'll be able to be back in your bodies. That's how I'm going to sort of interpret this power, because you're trying to pull them all out. So it's going to take them completely out of the scene.
Cool.
So, Drock, you see you're there, and you see one kind of appear next to you as a ghostly image. She places her hand on your weapon arm, and actually, what does one say to him to let him know that she's taking him out, that she's getting him out of here?
We have had enough of this illusion. It is time to go.
So she places her hand on you, and your weapon, your old trusty flail, the thing that you remember having for so long, when she touches your arm, it twists, it changes. You feel the heavy weight of Triptychos in your hand. What are you doing? You sense that the world around you is starting to shake and twist. You feel your friends reaching down for you, helping you out. But this force is trying to press you down, trying to push you further into the illusion.
So I want to reach out and also touch Clotho, and as I do, I want to say, we never stand alone. There are always those that fight with us, even if we cannot see them clearly. And I want to try and reform the bond with Clotho and do the invoke summer power.
So you reach to grab for it, and this is going to be a check that doesn't get the other additional bonuses. It would just get a total of +2 from Filibuster's sort of role play of putting things into here. Give me, by default, endurance to reach down within you for the summer power. But if you can justify something that's not endurance of reaching into your inner reserves, you can do that instead.
Endurance is
for the specific. This is a separate. You reach down deep, and the summer power inside of you is this like slime and sludge covered light. Like you're seeing the sun, but you're seeing it through like 20 feet of oily, polluted waters, a swamp covered in slime and sludge. And when you grab hold of that power, the water immediately clears, and you see this great image of something above you. This woman's voice, no longer enticing, no longer wheedling its way into your mind, says, "Fight! No, you will not fight. There is no fight left in mortals. You will die. Die alone." This strange gurgling slime sort of rolling through the voice fills your head like it's trying to press down against you, but it's surrounding you in darkness, an illusion, and you can feel the light of summer in your hand, by your side, inside of you, with the power that you've connected yourself to. And you know, more than any other time since the illusion has begun, that you can resist, that you have strength. You're mortal, but that's not an insult. What does Drock do to push through?
Can I do the power where I let Clotho see through my eyes and lift the veil kind of thing? And use then a full insight check to kind of push my way out?
Sure.
So it'll be 15 plus whatever bonuses, plus then the 21 from Clotho.
So could you click the power for me again so I don't have to hunt it down real quick?
Yeah. Yeah, 1 sec. I thought I had, but I was talking to myself.
It has so it's 21 instead of your normal bonus.
Oh, perfect.
So your bonus is normally 5, it looks like.
Yep.
Just half level. So it would be
10, 31 plus whatever the other people had.
So 35 as the total result. Could you put the camaraderie bonus in for me, Warren, or the wording of the feat?
Yeah.
I think it's all social checks in the challenge, but I don't
That's
remember.
correct.
So you feel yourself coming out of it. You feel that when you go to do this, the attention on you redoubles. The question I have for you is, you see this dark illusion in front of you. Does Drock strike it away? This black image of the woman covered in slime and decay and tendrils of darkness. Does he strike it with Triptychos? Or does he go around? Does he use his psionics to just not be there anymore, to bypass her like she doesn't exist? What would Drock do? Would he fight his way through, or would he slip out from under the thumb of danger?
I think I'd fight my way through, right? I'm always on the front line trying to protect the party, so fighting and protecting the party would be the way to go.
So you swing the weapon, you swing Triptychos, and it swings straight through the illusion. And it feels like you're attacking something that isn't there, but there is a drag. There is something that Triptychos catches, like swinging and hitting something made of gelatin, and it slides through, and you hear that raspy, gurgling woman's voice tear and scream as she dissipates and falls away. When you step out, you're now above. You see this tunnel of psionic energy, and everyone's standing around you. One, Filibuster, Morin, Griffle. They're all waiting on you in this column of energy. And on the other end of the light, you see a dim reflection of a square, of the place that you were before, with the obelisk in the center. You teleport out and through, and Griffle, I rolled your check for the helm, and the helm passed. So you slide through and back into your bodies. When you do, you take a breath, and your lungs burn, your skin itches, your head hurts. You feel like you haven't taken a breath in a long time. The only one that doesn't have this effect is Griffle. Griffle's breathing heavily, but normally. Everyone else feels like you've been holding your breath for an hour. And only now is it to the point where when you take a deep breath in, there is this sort of painful relief as your lungs grasp out an oxygen. As you guys wake up, we'll go to the next round of things. But we've been going pretty hard on this challenge, and I think it's time for us to take a quick break. So let's take a little slightly longer of a break. So let's go break until X25. So we'll take 10 minutes.
Gary's just trying to break our dice momentum.
Yeah, we're finally rolling good. Gary's like, no.
What a fever dream, man.
Griffle, do you see why I really didn't want you to miss last section?
Yep, absolutely.
All right, I'll be back.
Burb.
Not that many of my choices actually mattered, since like none of them were actualized because I keep fucking failing.
We had great role play, standard dice, so terrible.
Yeah, pretty stock standard.
You guys appear back in your bodies in the square. There is this strange sort of silence that's broken occasionally by thuds and crunches somewhere behind you. They aren't super loud, but they're loud in the incredible silence that is here. You can see that one of the people in the square is panting heavily. There is a little trickle of blood running out of the nose and down the ears of Amar, the first Legionare, who is nearby you all. And you can feel sort of the flickering edges of that mantle of energy around you. And you would have a moment where you can still feel the assault of the walker and feel this flimsy kind of paper-thin barrier around you, slightly bolstering your defenses against the assault that you all just fought your way through. I.e., his mantle functions as a mind blank, and having him here was one of the things that made a difference to allow you to resist.
Mhm.
Around you, you see the other Legionaries and the researcher woman, as well as the guard, are all laying on the ground. None of them are breathing. It doesn't necessarily seem to be bothering the vampire. She doesn't look like she's struggling to breathe, but all of the others look like they are struggling to breathe. Where Clotho was when you guys disappeared, when the mental attack began, she is no longer. Instead, she is standing before an open doorway. A doorway that is opened out of the obelisk. On the other side, there is an infinite, deep, dark, swirling black. And around the edges of the door are what you see here, tendrils and tentacles that look like some sort of mix between a tentacle, a vine, and a piece of rope, are all wrapped around the outsides of the door, twisting their way into and through and around the obelisk. And one tendril reaches out from each side of the doorway and sinks in and through Clotho. You can see that she's still naked, but around her body, in a dress, in a cloak that is gathered close around her, there is a mass of tendrils that are twisting and writhing on her flesh. And as you watch, she's staring into the darkness right before the doorway. You can see little mouths open up on those tendrils all over the dress that she's wearing and bite, take little chunks out of her flesh, consuming her as she's being drawn into the darkness. So, Drak, you feel the connection between you and Clotho as this sort of flimsy kind of chain of light, similar to when you saw her playing with the skeins, right? When she quote unquote teleported you from the vault. you saw those strings, and then she plucked you guys from one part of the string and put you somewhere else. That same sort of green gold string seems to be connecting you to her. And then you see occasionally one of the tendrils will get in the way and sort of eat away at it, and it flickers away, and then it reconnects and flickers away and reconnects, like the light is failing. Drock, what would you do when you see that?
I would call to her, and if I got no response, I'd probably try and attack the tentacles attached to her arms.
So you call to her, and since you recently used the power that allows her to see through your eyes, that connection solidifies for a second, and you see her go and then vanish. She appears inside of where you're standing. It's a very weird feeling. It doesn't feel like a teleport or like something incorporeal. It feels like her body dissipated, followed that flow of energy, and then built itself around you and stepped out of her night to stand beside. Behind you, you see the Summer Lady, and her body looks wrong. There's this kind of uncanny valley sensation, this feeling that she looks like an elf, but like an elf that hasn't had any sort of definition put on her. She looks supernaturally beautiful, but you can sort of tell that that's a effect from her. That's sort of a raw drawing of attention, and because she doesn't have any defining features that look like her, it sort of draws attention to that weird otherness that's around her. That she is shaped like an elven woman, but she isn't really. Kind of like one of those androids that is shaped like a person, but they lack all of the defining features that make it an individual. Right now, she's just Clotho and nothing else. And as she steps away from you, she kind of grabs herself, and you see chunks of flesh missing from all over her body. In some places, they've been bitten away deep enough to see bone underneath, but there's no blood. No bleeding coming out of her that kind of adds to that surreal, dull, uncanny valley look that she isn't a real elf. She's just a thing in the shape of an elf. She clutches herself. What? My knight. She looks around and she sees the doorway. We have to go. We have to flee. We have to leave this place. It's time to go. I have not resisted. I've not fought back. We can leave. We can go. She kind of looks up and sort of looks frantically around at the people around her, and you can sort of see that her eyes are drugged, unfocused, almost filmy. She's not really seeing you all very distinctly. This is sort of still in the sort of free form open, so if anyone would want to say something to her, what would they say? Drock or anyone else?
She said she's not resisted.
She's not fought back. She's not resisted. Yes.
I'm just going to ask, why have you not resisted?
I think she refers to the person we are looking at, not Clotho.
What?
Correct, Gary?
What do you mean?
When she said she's not fought back, or does she say I have not fought back?
She says she, but you're pretty certain that she means herself.
Oh, okay.
So the image that you guys see in front of you, that's gone now. And those tendrils that were there are sort of snapping and grabbing at nothing. Clean air where Clotho once was.
Oh.
And Clotho is saying, I haven't offered resistance. We can flee. We can leave.
Okay, I misunderstood.
It's all good.
Why have you not resisted?
She's still kind of closing herself. I haven't struck against it. So we can still run away. And I don't understand what it did to me. I don't I don't know. You see that sort of surreal, not really elven face, completely confused. She doesn't really understand what happened. The DM is going to take a step back and say, what just happened to her? Why was she apparently affected? And you can see that she's worried that she didn't seem to be able to resist at all. So she says, I haven't resisted. I wasn't able. Why do you think she wasn't able to resist?
Because she has no will of her own.
She has a will. She's Clotho. But the walker wasn't attacking your will. What was it attacking?
Sorry, when we came to this city and the gems, I thought that was detecting people's wills.
Yeah, but
That's
for
what they
her,
say.
it was there's a will, but it can't make choices, and you, Drock, make the choices for the will.
Okay.
So what was the walker attacking? It wasn't attacking your will. It was attacking something else.
Her identity, right? Wasn't it attacking basically all of our identities and trying to make us think we were someone else less important?
So it was attacking your life experiences. It was attacking your identity, who you are. Clotho doesn't have that right now. There is no identity that is wearing the mantle of power. She's just Clotho. That life wasn't lived. And you can see she's afraid. She doesn't know what's going on, and she doesn't have the ability to resist this type of attack. She's saying we should flee. So what would you guys do?
So is everyone around us, you said, is basically not breathing. The legionnaires that came with us, what's their number? I forget. 4 something, 40 something. But are they all kind of like in the same boat we were, where they're not breathing and kind of in this struggle still?
Mm-hmm. The only one that's not is Amar, the Legionary from the first. He's breathing, but he's still in the struggle. He's still locked into the attack. So everybody else, so Kaid and the rest of the 404 and Marak, they're all hit by this feeling, by this sensation, and can't fight their way through, or at least they've not been able to yet. You hear another one of those strange thudding sounds, and then you can see down one of the alleyways, down one of the walkways through the city, that there's doors and windows opening, that there's people crawling up onto the tops of buildings, and then others throwing themselves off head first onto the paving stones below. So what do you guys do? She says, we have to run away. We need to go. What do you do?
I want to say we cannot leave those here to suffer and die. We must stand and fight. You are the summer. She's the summer queen, right? What's my
She's
brain's
one of
not
the-
functioning. Okay. You are one of the queens of summer. You have the power to help. It is your identity that is being challenged. Remember who you are.
You see her shaking her head as you're talking. No, these people, this city, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're gone. There will be more people, more cities, more places. She kind of holds herself closer again, trying to cover all the different bites all over her body with her hands and not being able to. And then she says, but you're different. you want to resist. And then you see her eyes open wide as she looks at you. You did resist. You attacked it. She shakes her head, and you see tears start to flow down her face. And when she's shaking her head, you see sort of images of other faces over her, the images of the people that were Clotho in the past. And she says, no, you attacked it, but did you do it on my behalf? Were you wielding summer against the enemy?
Yeah, I was at that point, right?
Yep. So all of a sudden you see her freeze in place. And that sort of statuesque, alien, uncanny valley feeling gets real strong. She looks like a very lifelike looking statue, almost like a wax model of a person rather than a person. And like the model before, they make them identifiable as an individual. And then everyone sees something in reverse that you've seen happen in the other way several times. When someone grabs the rod of command, someone grabs the shard of the angel that was once Tysuriel, you see different options. Like you're seeing little glimpses of possible futures, of choices that could be made. You see people run, people hide, people angry, people steal the rod or give it back to you, people flinch away and not touch it. You see 1,000 different ways things could be. But here, you see the reverse. Not one point splintering into many others, but many points coalescing into one. For a moment, the image of Clotho itself stretches like putty and clay. You see the mantle of power, the identity, the power that Clotho represents being molded and formed into a beautiful young goblin woman. Again, the body twists and molds. That basic framework of the elven mantle of Clotho forms into another young woman, just as beautiful, but very different. An Eladrin, imperious and looking down. The mold changes again, and a third woman steps out, standing just like the rest. Beautiful, but this one is smiling with a look of defiance in her eyes. Where the goblin looks afraid and the Eladrin looks imperious and aloof, you see a fierce grin of the Goliath, of the Clotho that you saw before, the one that you recognize as the last holder of the office. And then you see a fourth image, an elven woman that looks frayed and old. You get the sensation that this one is very old, before the other three, and it barely moves from the clay flesh of the original. From the mold of Clotho, it stays very close. And while the Eladrin looked imperious and aloof and wears the disdain of a young woman full of herself, this one doesn't. She looks down with the gaze of a queen. They each speak. The first thing they say is different. The second thing they say is the same. The goblin, afraid, says, I never have a choice. I cannot flee. The Goliath smiles, staring outwards. You dare to challenge me? The Eladrin, imperious, full of herself, takes on a haughty air. Foolish creature, I will make you see. The elf woman, the ancient one that looks so close, like the mold that is built upon, says slowly, How dare thee? Each of them, as they are split apart, start to step forward, molding themselves and their bodies together, forming around the base of what Clotho is, gathering in the power of her nature and drawing on the will of the Summer Queens. When they do, 4 voices you recognize and dozens of other you do not, all young women, all full of life and vigor and hope, all with their own ability to discern themselves, full of their own power and without any restraint at all. They all scream as they step forward. I am she. As they do, you see her body suffuse with light, and heat starts to flow away from the body of Clotho. Her body changes. No longer naked, no longer bitten, no longer this shell of what she was. She's not wielding the power anymore. She's not representing an office. This isn't the Clotho that you've met before. This is the queen that is yet to come. This is the Queen of Summer. When she steps forward, she's no longer naked. She's clothed in a gold and green armor. The green shimmering emeralds somehow folding themselves to her form, both jewelry and armor as one. The metal that's flowing around her shoulders glitters gold, but you know that it's gilded, enchanted, that it is nearly impenetrable. She holds within her hand a weapon, a glaive, a sword. The form of the weapon changes, but what doesn't change is the power that it holds. The heat and light flows as this burning green sun from her weapon as she steps forward, and there's a crack in the air, a wash of heat that goes out, and you hear buildings around the square buckle and crumble as several floors of the buildings cave in from the wave of heat from the Queen of Summer. As she steps forward, you can see the ground beneath her blackens and then heats to orange red and then to white as it becomes molten, as the heat coming off of her body is burning the air around her, sending this shimmering mirage around her that fills your body with this sense of something that you have when your hand is just above an open oven. You know incredible heat is inside. If you reached for it, you would burn. The water in the square evaporates in a cloud of steam, and you hear cries as people awake around her. The heat coming from her lights the clothing of the guard, of the woman, of each of the legionaries on fire, and they have to put themselves out as fast as they can. When she steps forward again, she raises the weapon, and all of the power and none of the restraint goes forward as a beam of plasma, of superheated energy, of the raw power of summer flows from her weapon to strike against the thing she's meant to strike against. She is the sword of the morning. When that beam strikes against the pillar, you see images like flashes of people and places, of creatures, of thousands of different things standing before, just on the other side, be completely incinerated. This glowing beam of plasma is painful to the eyes, but it's so beautiful that you can't help but watch. You can't help but see her sluice the power of summer back and forth along the length of the obelisk, burning away things that would come through. And then through the heat, through the raw power of summer, you hear that crackling, gurgling voice. The child remembers. This will not go well for you. A dark shape appears in that beam, completely unconcerned with the power of summer bearing down upon it. You see it gesture, and a dark chain appears in its hand. A spear flies out from the obelisk and pierces straight through Clotho's heart. It goes through her, and then the chain dangles below it. A harpoon. As it curves its way behind her, the hook of the harpoon reaches back and stabs through Clotho's stomach. She breathes out and then collapses. When she does, her weapon falls down, clatters to the ground, and dissipates. Her armor disappears. She's laying half sunken in the molten rock below her, with this huge hook attached to the chain through her body as this terrible thing steps through the gateway. So you all now have a choice. Clotho did a thing and burned away a lot of people around her. You see behind you and around you fires in the city, people that are on fire and those that are still alive are rolling around trying to put themselves out. The whole floor around where Clotho was has been turned to molten rock. It's rapidly cooling, but there's still magma in place. She's kind of clasping this thing around her that's pierced through her out the other side and then hooked back in through her stomach. And now this creature has stepped out of the thing, stepped out of the obelisk, holding on to the chain, kind of slowly walking forward as she's dragging Clotho towards her, towards the obelisk, towards the darkness. So Drock did a lot of talking in the last scene. So Filibuster, you're up first. Now this is going to also be a question for the group. You guys can either, and I'm going to take a second back from this sort of narrative scene to be clear about the mechanics. You can either choose to do what Clotho initially had said of we need the flea, to try to either leave Clotho here or try to free her and leave with Clotho, or you can try to resist. You can try to fight the thing that has now come out. It doesn't look like there's more than one of them. There's one of these creatures that has stepped out, and you still see sort of the glimmering after images of the things that weren't immune to what Clotho just threw at it and have died on the other side of the portal. This is up to the group. So before we kind of go in initiative order to say what's going on, I need the group to decide what they're doing. Are you standing and fighting, or are you taking Clotho and running?
What is the thing that came through the portal?
It's on a different page, but I can pull it to this page without a problem. And I can do that if I put it on the correct layer. It looks like that.
Do we know what that is? Does that look like anything we've seen before?
Nope. But it does have some of the general sort of characteristics of some of the crazier, more powerful of the adversary's forces. And looking at it, you can ideally see the name on the token. Your characters would immediately mentally recognize this thing as Hope Slayer's avatar. So you've never seen it before, but you also know what it is. You can feel the sort of psychic stench from that attack that you guys were under. It doesn't feel like maybe this creature maybe didn't do it, but it feels like it's made from the same stuff. So Filibuster votes to fight. Morin, what would you do? What would you vote for?
Yeah, let's fight it.
1.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're gonna need to engage with it to get Clotho out of there, so we might as well.
There's a difference, right? It is slowly walking towards her. She's a bit away from the thing. If it's the goal is we need to get Clotho out of this, that isn't fighting. That's doing the skill challenge version of this and leaving. If the goal is to actually defeat this thing, then it's going to be a straight up combat.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'll defer to the will of the party. I'm on the fence.
Griffel?
Fight.
Druck?
I mean, I just don't know. Clotho unleashed like all the power, and just this thing did not care. So either we need a different power, or it's just like well above us. But I don't know. I guess at this point I'm down to fight, but I don't think it's gonna go well.
All right. Well, that's multiple votes for fight, and no one really pushing for not fight. So let's do...
Gary, if you kill everyone before on the last session before they come to town,
then everyone will be in really good position to be
That's
able to work
perfect.
together to make new characters.
Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
And then
so-
all the work I didn't do on the cards will not matter.
All right. I'm going to clear initiative order. Hypothetically speaking, why is it not letting me click on things? I think my client is crashing.
Is there a starting
Oh,
square?
just hidden. Hang on. I will do a starting box. Just 1 second. Hang on. This is moderately confusing. Draw a shape. So you guys are kind of anywhere in here. So the red box is the starting box. The avatar is basically right in front of the portal. The red box is a little bit too close. Hang on. It should be down.
Where's Clotho at this point? In the middle of that red, look like lava area?
Yes. So she's in the red lava area. She's at the back of the red lava. So she is, and I'll put her on the map in just a second. Sorry, it's I put a bunch of things in different layers, and it's useful for me, but it's also slightly difficult for me to move them around. So this goes to the token layer. There we go. So she is sort of hard to see with just one square. So I'm going to make this here. She's actually not in, 4 squares, but the exact location she is not super relevant for the combat part of this. But that is more of a knowledge of where she is. So the glowing red puddle is actually lava. It's the effect of the thermal bloom of her attack. And there are people kind of all around the square that are currently on fire, and lots of like carts and things. Anything that was even vaguely flammable is on fire. And you can see down several of the streets, there are maybe a couple dozen people that are dead on the ground that are burning, and then about a dozen more that are kind of rolling, trying to let themselves out. The people that are dead and burning don't look like they died from the fire. They just look like they are recently corpses and are now on fire.
And is
Well,
the
that's
404 awake now, or still?
Awake and breathing heavily and looking very upset. You see Amar kind of snap out of it once the attack goes off, and he stumbles back, kind of patting his clothing, lighting the parts of him that are on fire. Oh, what the fuck was that? What the fuck is that? And so he's actually here. I need to put him on the map because he is a relevant combatant.
Ooh, relevant.
Is he a red shirt combatant?
That's not what relevant means.
Wait, irrelevant or irrelevant? Of the 5 characters on the board, he is the only relevant combatant.
I would have thought that of Clotho, and nope.
So the box is supposed to be the same size as his aura. I think I've messed it up slightly, but it's close. You see what I'm trying to do here. So everyone had to start within his aura. So there are 2 auras on the battlefield, which one is him and one is from the Avatar. Do people roll for initiative? No. Go ahead and roll for initiative for me, please.
And did Griffle's bonus go up? It's at 3 now, right?
I think it's 2. I think it went up to 2. But Griffle will correct me.
I am also going to use stall tactics, Gary.
Okay.
We'll have a look in a second. I'm just trying to get my token out.
What's the name of the pumpkins guy again?
David S. Pumpkins.
David S. Pumpkins. I love
The what?
it. I
David
don't even know why you posted it, but also so fun.
Oh.
Amar had questions.
Oh,
It is now a +3 bonus to initiative.
Aha. So that's actually a 17.08.
like that's one of those SNL skits that's like so stupid it's funny.
I love it so much. Mhm.
So it got a -10. It is. So its initiative is correct. Everybody else, is your initiative correct?
Yeah.
Morn, you
I
could
can
change
add
yours to 17 if you want, but I don't
Yeah,
think it matters.
I completely forgot that I can change it on the board.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure everyone was correct before I did this. Make sure it is
Before
in
I reversed initiative order.
That scared me for a little bit.
sorts. If everything is like, if people change their initiative, if you sort just by normal, it won't correctly update. So you have to sort it backwards and then sort it forward.
Mhm.
Because Roll20 is a very useful thing that is super helpful.
But they have dark mode.
Yeah.
Which does not work great for handouts, just an FYI.
Why is your initiative 28 instead of 27?
Me? Because
Yeah,
I should have done +3 for Griffle.
Yeah, I think you should be at 29 then, Philly.
Wait, did that improve?
Yeah.
It did.
Oh, so I should be at 29. I'll have to put that in.
So you know that there's some sort of initiative nonsense going on. I click the button so you can see what the effect is. And the reason that I click it first so you guys can read it first is because your question when I click my next button is going to be, what the hell is that? So read that first. And then the second thing is, this is what his aura does.
What the hell is that?
With implanted despair.
Mm.
Do any of us have that?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
So the Font of Madness, that's the check you make. And if you fail it, then you get that first thing. So that implanted despair is an initiative thing for the creature.
Cool. Never a non-aberrant creature.
And then the last thing is, there is an effect that you're going to know how it functions because you watched it be immune. So you watched it just not take any of that thing that Clotho threw at it. So your characters would be aware of its trait, Primal Destroyer.
Wow, that's very fuck you, Drock.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
Start with a primal power source. It can core critical. Does the extra damage only apply on primal as well?
Mm-hmm. All the stuff affects primal creatures.
Oh.
So with conditional madness, So does that mean that it could go multiple times each round?
It's very likely to go multiple times each round.
Okay, just checking.
That's twisted.
But because his initiative has been gutted, it's going to take him a while to be able to go.
Oh, I really feel bad for him.
So
I
bad.
do. I do cool things. So one day, it is your turn. You begin outside of the aura.
No, Philly's first.
I'm first, actually.
Oh.
With the
Philly.
research, yeah.
You
I
begin
don't
with it.
see his
I am
aura,
with
the
you.
Hope Slayer avatar aura on the
Yeah,
screen.
we don't see it.
It is fairly faint, but you should be able
It's
to
on
see
the
it.
screen.
It
Yeah.
is?
Yeah, I can change it to a different color. Because the
Oh,
aura
zoom out. It's bigger than I expected. Zoom out and you'll see it.
Oh, it's white. Got it.
White.
I do see it.
Okay.
I was zoomed in far enough that registered as a single color for the whole stage.
Yes.
Yeah, it's big.
Okay.
Oh, because it's 10 from his edge, right? So yeah.
Yep, 10 squares in every direction.
Rude.
No, thank you.
So I roll the save at the start of my turn.
Beginning of your turn. Welcome to the start of your turn. DC 21 Insight or Endurance check.
Insight, obviously.
Obviously, he
Actually, well, I was gonna say I can't fail, but I can fail.
says.
Don't jinx
Oh my god!
Jesus. Well, now he gets to go.
Wow.
Yeah, that was perfect.
You don't have
The avatar cannot make attacks against me, correct?
Yeah, so it's going to take its turn immediately after you, and it can't make attacks that include you as a target.
And does the implanted despair go away?
No. I mean,
That's
it goes away.
fucked up. That's fucked up, Gary. Do we all have new action points?
Yes, I can give you action points in a second.
I thought you were going to
Okay.
say new characters ready to go.
I know what character I would like to play next, so I'm already prepared. Okay. I'm gonna cast Iron to Glass on Hope Slayer. Oh my god.
I told you, Gary was trying to break our momentum.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
Why do we take a break?
And I'll type it in again. So that is the yellow aura. Can you guys see the yellow aura on the map?
Yeah.
So basically the starting box. That is the effect of the yellow aura.
Cool. Until the end of the encounter, the target takes a -2 to penalty to damage rolls. It's actually really not that bad to miss. It's good that I actually missed that one instead of the other one.
Damage penalty. Do I not have damage penalty? Hang on. Attack bonus, attack penalty. Weird. I don't have a damage penalty icon? Huh. All right, well, I'll put it as a damage bonus, but I know it's a damage penalty.
And then on an action point, I'm going to try to stop this guy from fucking us up.
Action points. 1 second. AP deal 1. All players. Huzzah.
And I'm going to Thunder of Judgment, I think. 'Cause I'm echoing in someone's thing.
Yeah, Foxy, you have a bit of an echo right now.
Apology.
All good.
Oh, gosh. Okay. Bang. 18 verse Fortitude. What are these rolls, man?
Listen, you guys used all of your good rolls on that skill challenge you just fought your way out of. Now that it's combat time, you got your D6s.
All for naught.
You guys all got too close to Drock. My bad luck passed on.
That is very much a mess.
No, that's it. That's all I've got in the tank.
Good turn.
All right, so the avatar will reach out from Filibuster using its square as the origin square for its attacks of the implanted despair. And zoom out. Roll 20. I'm hitting the zoom out button that's zooming in. That's super helpful. Good job. It's going to reach out from your square. And the DM is obviously going to remember what the reach is on these abilities. A lot of my prep today was all of the nonsense that was before this. So give me just a second. Yes. Okay, cool. So the tendril reaches out, and when it reaches, like you see this tentacle reach out from Filibuster's head, and it reaches out and strikes down. When it goes to strike down, you see like it was originally going to swing for 1, and then there is this distorted aura around Griffle. There is this sort of strange thing that sort of reacts and sparks to the presence of the tentacle, and it swerves and strikes at Griffle.
Gary, before you do the attack, if I want to lightning rush this, do I have to lightning rush the avatar or Philly's square?
So you're still attacking the avatar, but you would be moving to Philly's square. Do you want to
Interesting.
lightning?
Super weird.
Yeah, I'm totally gonna lightning rush this.
Cool.
He hits me.
Was gonna be the other question, right?
No, you're not making an attack against Philly. You're actually attacking the creature as it kind of is reaching up out of it. 33. I'm nearly positive the answer to that is very much yes. Yeah, a solid hit.
Nice.
25 points of damage. Is any of that fire?
So, yeah, the bonus damage is, which I think is the 6. 6, I thought, was bonus fire damage or something from Triptychos.
You gotta look at the weapon. So I thought it was. I don't think it's 6. 6 seems high. Why do I not see?
Yeah, +3 item bonus damage. The bonus damage is fire damage, so 3 is fire.
Okay, so you need to sort of remember, basically -3 to damage for the encounter. I assume that you're not going to use your poison thing that makes it deal all poison damage because it's not
correct.
really
Yeah,
super useful.
yeah. No poison, no fire.
Gotcha. All right. So 33 for, and we says so 22 points of damage.
Yeah.
And you are the subject of the attack. I'm going to just put this guy's buttons down here because I'm going to have to move around a bunch. Hang on. Put this on my other bar.
Wait, another question. Can we save against the?
Not after you failed the check.
Oh my god. That was like the worst. That's so stupid.
Yeah, the very first round.
Okay. So, buttons. Here's the buttons. So it chose a single target. Drock is becoming the target of this action.
Oh, 3 attacks. Beautiful.
Keep selecting Filibuster's token because that's where it started, which is why I'm putting the stupid button at the bottom. And attack 1. 32 AC.
Yeah, I think that hits. 1 sec. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Attack 2. 29 AC.
Yup.
Attack 3.
Attack 3.
Oh, thanks, Gary.
36.
This was an awful idea.
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep going.
So that's 73 points of damage total.
Yeah.
Did you subtract 6, Gary? And then actually, no, it's not 6. It's 2, 3, 4. So it would be
oh, right.
9. Minus
So
9.
73 minus 2 minus 3 minus 4. Yeah, so 64 total damage. Sorry. And that puts his thing up at... what's
He's
it
at
max
5 now. It maxes at 5 when it misses.
So it's at 4 right now, though. No, it's at 5.
No, he hit the last one, so he is all the way up at 5. Yeah.
So it should have been 3, 4, 5. No, wait, he's at 5 the next time.
He starts at 2, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4, and then he goes to 5 for the next.
We're now at 5. So only 64 points of damage, and you were grabbed.
Cool.
Only.
And it only gets a single action because it's the super turn. So one of many. You're up. You're not inside the aura. Congratulations.
Thank you. Feel good about it.
It'll totally last. I bet it's not going to move after you.
Yeah, it's totally not. Why would it? So if my projected consciousness is in the aura, what does that do you think?
It's not you, so it doesn't have to make the check.
Okay. So can I project consciousness like, I don't know, here? Let's
Yeah.
say?
Well, just let's do paste the token.
Cool.
Make the token tinted gray, so we know that that's not actually you. Cool.
Cool.
Place your token wherever you'd like it to be.
Sure. Let's do that.
Your hit points, are they correct?
Um,
Is there a reason you're not at full health?
were we fresh today? I don't remember.
Yeah.
Oh, we are.
Yeah, you guys have everything from today.
We were. 2/3
still
of our
are.
health gone.
Okay. That should be that then. That should be this.
You do not want to be in this combat and not be full power.
Yeah. Mhm. Okay, well, I thought I'd used a daily, so let me just think if that is a... I have a lot of slows, guys, but this guy doesn't seem to really want to move around much. I'm just gonna do a dishearten augment 2 and try to get some penalties on those attack rolls.
Hey, what's the range of dishearten?
10. My
Hmm.
little guy's over there.
Oh, right.
That's the whole point of my little guy.
But you could walk into the aura anyways. Like,
Gary?
Do you think I just want someone to like disco dance with? I don't want to be in that aura. Okay. Okay, I'm putting my -1 for being mostly dead. I'm not putting any other mods.
oh, that's a critical
Oh.
hit.
I did it. Hooray.
Oh, you crit. I'm gonna need a second. Hang on.
Oh, does my thing do a thing that matters?
Yes, it is. Hang on.
Oh, that's nice.
So the orb that's kind of floating around you, when you cast through it and you strike at this creature, you see for just a second the orb goes clear, and while the orb looks black while it's kind of floating around and doing things, you've seen it be black all the time. When the darkness within it clears away, you can see that it's more like there's something black around or within the orb. The orb itself isn't black. It's very faintly purple crystal. It looks like it's made from the same stuff as the figure that you saw when you were inside of the attack from the Hope Slayer. And when you critically hit and you draw on the power of the orb and strike into this creature, you see for just a second everything clears away, and you see what looks to be an eye that flutters open for a second inside of the orb and then shuts, and it goes back to black. And the DM did not pull this thing out. So I need a second to go look it up. But go ahead and what is the total? I need your crit, so the total damage from everything when you get a second.
Yeah, so it's 21, and then I add 3d6, right? It's on top.
So it would be maximized first, so it's 22.
Okay.
And then you add in the whatever the bonus is from.
Yes. Okay.
That was supposed to be 3d6, not 1d6.
I-
Come on.
I know. It's a great 1d6 roll.
All right. So you are momentarily going to be aware when the eye opens and it sees what you're doing. It sees for just a second you attacking this avatar of a walker. You're going to, just for a moment, get the benefits of the revealed orb. So you actually are going to need to reroll your critical damage.
Okay.
Sorry.
Not sad about it.
Whoa, wait till you roll again, and then we'll see.
So I'm trying to post in the first layer of properties.
Okay.
So that should be this. All right, so there it is.
Ooh. Does doubled mean
More dice. So
60-10?
60-10, correct.
Cool.
If you still get 6, I'm going to be super disappointed.
Oh my god, that would be kind of amazing though, right?
Kind of.
You guys are like 10 out of 10 speaking shit into existence that you don't want to happen.
47.
Wow.
That's very
Okay.
good.
Jesus
All right.
Christ. 69 damage, baby.
Hell yeah.
I think it's 70, unless I...
22.
22 plus
Oh, yeah,
47?
22, no, 23. Yeah.
Don't take this away from me.
So yes, so you have that daily effect. You're pretty certain it's going to go away if you don't use it before the end of this fight. So the eye is temporarily open.
Wait. So, I just regained 6 whenever I went. Wow, that's amazing. Okay.
That's just use all the power points this battle. All of them.
Oh yeah.
So mechanically, just so you're aware, basically you're getting the first tier of power from this being awoken for just a second as you score the critical hit against the aberrant creature. If you keep critting, you're going to get more powers. So, I would recommend natural 20s.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
And then disheartened, because we did all this stuff, is -4 penalty to attack rolls. So he's at, I'm going to put this burrowing, because we never use burrowing for things. So as your disheartened bonus or penalty.
Okay.
Anything else?
I don't know. Do you guys think I should action point and try something else?
Yes.
Nah. Yes. I don't really do a lot of damage. Like my big thing is
69.
well.
I mean, I feel like throwing everything at it before it gets a turn is better than not.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about doing living missile, but it doesn't really move. So having it immobilized doesn't really matter.
What do you mean it doesn't really move? It hasn't had a turn yet.
Well, it did do that thing through Philly, though.
It can't move on that turn.
Oh.
He gets one action on the implanted despair turns.
And,
at least to start.
Okay.
And by one action, he means slap me 3 times.
At
Correct.
least to start, he says. Okay, yeah.
You chose for him to slap you. Do not act as if you do not.
I
bring this
did
on.
not realize how strong that attack would be before I took it.
Oh, I did the burrowing thing because I was making it damage rolls. It's not. It's a -4 to attack rolls.
It is, yes. Mhm.
And I was like, man, how did I not have a damage thing when people are using it all the time? No. Okay, cool.
Okay. And then Living Missile. Oof.
So it is slowed.
Great.
All right. You have a move action left if you so choose to use it. Otherwise, the turn is over.
No. Oh, well, do I have a minor? I have a minor, right?
Yeah, move or minor. So your minor action was to summon the copy. So you have a move action, and you can turn that move action into a minor if you want.
Yeah. Yeah, I think let's do that. So I'll just slide that bad boy away. I can't hit anything, so I can't do any damage, right?
Correct. And sliding, it's going to be. I mean, you get to slide a long distance, but it's gonna. It has to go around the obelisk. You can't go through it.
Sure. But I could slide it like to the left and up. Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3 would get you to where you can now start going up. I think. Yes.
Okay.
So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Do you want to move the full distance?
I get 11 because it's the orb.
You have to make an attack to succeed at the slide, or it's before the attack you slide, right?
Before the secondary attack, you slide the primary target 10 squares, or 11 in my case.
Do you want it to be over here on the moon?
Yeah. Right? Do we want that, you guys?
No
I
one
don't
else will be able to hit it.
I'll take care of it. I don't know. Well, where do we want it then? Here-ish?
The slide basically means that people can put it wherever it needs to be. I would say that, for the sake of teamwork, Griffle, where do you want it to be? Because you're the most melee-centric character here.
I mean, it seems like it's kind of not safe to be around.
Look, I'm just gonna put this out there. Another option is we could slide it away, grab Clotho, and run. Just put it out there.
That is an option. I'm happy to just I don't know. I'm gonna set myself up differently for the next few levels. I'm happy to not set this one out, but I'm happy not to do bonks.
Can we have it within 19 squares so I can hit it?
For sure.
Why can't you hit things within 19 squares? That's what I want.
Because I can move 6 and my shortest
Oh.
range is 13.
I was gonna say.
Also, why is his range 13? Because weird abilities and warlock bullshit.
It's my weapon, thank you very much.
That's the weird abilities part of the warlock bullshit. All right. So,
You made this weapon that way.
You made me this way.
that is an artifact that exists in the game. I altered it so that you don't have a physical weapon instead of a weird artifact thing. All right, Drock, it is your turn.
Yeah. I'm grabbed, right?
You are grabbed, correct.
And-
you are immobilized. The escape DC, I believe, is up there. It's like 15. It's relatively low at the moment.
Oh, and what do I have to use? What skill check is that?
So it is up to
Read
you.
your reminder, Drock.
So here's this, first of all. So while you are grabbed, if you end your turn, you're taking 2d6 psychic damage while you're grabbed. And while you're grabbed, you take a -5 to checks. So effectively, it's a DC 20 to escape.
Okay.
A escape action is either against the DC that is listed. You can either roll athletics or acrobatics in order to escape. Or if you are force moved, or the other person is force moved out of range, then it breaks the grab automatically. Or if you teleport or something like that, it also breaks the grab automatically.
And my phylactery arms don't work with grabbed, right? That's just dazed,
Correct. It's
immobilized.
not a save condition. It's something's actually grabbing hold of you.
Dang it. Okay. Well, I guess athletics? This isn't going to go well.
So DC 20 athletics check, please.
So,
That's
still grab.
So you have a standard action and a minor action remaining.
So for the standard, I am going to second wind. Which, man, that doesn't do a lot compared to what I took. Sorry, my roll 20 is doing weird things.
I don't think there's anything in his reminders that will help him, Billy.
You can't use in constant location.
He doesn't have it active right now.
Yeah. And I'd have
Wait,
to be
what?
attacking something to get into that.
Yeah, he's got to get next to something to hit it first.
Oh, just hit me.
No. Also, it was meant to be in a whisper, but I had my whisper backwards apparently. But yeah, whatever. If someone sees something that I can use, cool. I don't even know what to do for my minor right now, so I'm too far away to do anything, I think.
Okay.
Take my gloves and heal yourself.
If you think of a minor action to use, you can use it. Otherwise,
Yeah, otherwise I'll just pass. Other people can go.
okay. Initiative at the bottom. Griffle, it is your turn. Griffle is currently muted.
All right, there we go. All right, who is hurt?
Oh, sorry, Gary. I have to take damage, right?
What's up?
The damage, 2d6
You
psychic.
do take damage. So you take 5 points of psychic damage.
What's up with Clotho? Is she still on the ground with the harpoon in her?
Yeah, that harpoon went through the middle of her chest and curved around and is also going through the small of her back and sticking. The hook is sticking out of her, basically, navel.
Does she have an HP total? Is she like a combatant that I can heal, or?
She doesn't have an HP total because she doesn't really function that way. But if you wanted to make checks to pull that thing out of her, that is definitely something you can do. She's not going to be able to help in a more traditional way, but you could make checks. You could try to help her.
So move to here. Drock, you seem like you were a bit sore. Have a heal.
Yay.
And
Is that your surge value or mine that I get used?
your surge value. I just have mine in there for reference if I forget it.
When you draw on your magic, when you draw on the divine energy, you feel it like resist for a second. Like when you draw on it, it doesn't instantly come to you. You have to try to pull it through, and then it finally goes through.
And then
when you walk next to Clotho and she can see you, like we've kind of come up next to her, she's laying in a puddle of molten rock, and she breathes. It's Archerite. It weak metal enchanted. You see she's kind of clutching at the harpoon through her chest. Hang on. I can't remember how to spell it.
Is that what she said?
Huh? Did
she say it was weak metal?
Yeah, the DM forgets how to spell this stupid word, so I have to. I'm going to type what it says. So she says that it's Archerite. The metal is weak, enchanted to be strong.
Gary, sorry, question about heals. When I use second wind, it's my Healing surge. When I get a heal from someone else, does it take a surge as well?
Yes, correct. So you've spent 2 surges so far.
Thank you.
So I guess I want to try to spend. So I've done my move and my minor, so I have a standard. I want to try and spend a standard action. Maybe doing like a heal check to see like what's like her condition is what I'm trying to sort of get at. Like if she's like on the brink of death, then I need to like do like I'm trying to gauge like how drastic my actions should be in response to how critical her condition is.
That's an excellent use of a heal check. So heal check will give you the parameters of the challenge that you're working on.
That's what I'm after.
So I'm pretty sure it's DC 18. No, it's not. It is DC 20. So cool. So 20 is enough. You can see she's kind of clutching at the area around where the spear is going through her chest, but she's not touching the spear itself. Every place I say spear or hook, I'm going to use those interchangeably because I can't stop myself. But every place that the spear or hook is touching her flesh, you can see it's like boiling and burning and corrupting the flesh around it. Like in the area that's a little bit step away, there's like a bright red circle that is angry flesh. Like she's having a severe allergic reaction to the spear itself. And wherever the spear touches her bare skin, it's just burning away at her. And you can tell that the flesh kind of in the aura where it's like reddened, where it's a little further away from the wound, it's like constantly repairing itself. It's healing and then being burned and then healing and being burned. But the area directly touching the metal doesn't look like it's able to heal. It looks like it's just being destroyed. You're certain if she was anything approaching mortal, the fact that she has a spear that seems to be like violently poisonous to her straight through her heart would have just been lethal. Like straight up, you're dead. That being said, since she hasn't already died from having her heart stabbed through, you're pretty certain that there's no like reasonable limit outside of like someone chopping her into pieces. You don't think she can just be traditionally killed. But the spear being physically inside of her is preventing her from recovering, preventing her from accessing her powers, from using anything. So until the spear is removed, you don't think she's going to be able to move on her own power. But because you can see the edges of it are constantly healing and then being destroyed again, you're pretty sure if you can unhook her from from the chain, from the harpoon that is sort of going into the obelisk, if you can unhook her from that and take the hook out of her, she would probably heal up damn near instantly.
Cool. I think that's my turn, yeah?
That is unless you would choose the action point, correct?
Not at this point, no.
Morin, you're up.
Okay. I am going to curse the Hope Slayer avatar.
It is cursed.
Excellent. I'm going to move. Make sure this is right. There. Okay.
On a completely minor note, I will say I am really happy Drock's answer was to actually swing with Summer against the thing to make Clotho want to fight. I would have been okay with all the other options, but I was glad that was the resolution, because I've been thinking about that scene of Clotho wielding Summer with no restraint for a while.
And then just did not matter at all. Thanks, Gary. Yeah.
It definitely mattered. If more than one of the avatars was able to get through the gate, there would not have been a question of whether you fight.
Okay. We're gonna. I have my spear. I've wielded it against this, not the avatar specifically, but the Hope Slayer itself, and I'm gonna toss it over in that direction. So let's see. Darn.
Hey,
A
Oh.
crit.
y'all are either rolling like there are 3 criticals in that in that plan. Like, that is
Okay, so that is going to be.
y'all are flipping coins. It's either a 1 or a 20. It's heads or tails.
All right, so that's going to be 29 plus 12,
So
so 41,
6. So
41, 48, 53 points of lightning, psychic, and
No way it's
acid
that little
damage.
damage.
What was that?
There's no way it's that little damage. 77. That's what I think it is, right? So
Wait. Do I
when-
max the crits?
when you critically hit, every die that you would roll is not rolled, it's instead maximized.
Oh, okay. I thought that was just for the damage, the initial damage roll, not for
No.
the crits and the curse and the gloves.
So it's anything that you would roll on a hit is maximized. The only thing that's not maximized is whatever your additional damage from a critical hit is. What is your additional damage from a critical hit? So that's actually 77 plus your crit damage.
Okay, so that'd be another 12.
Where's the 12?
If you go up right above my Warlock's Curse, the thunder damage line.
Oh, is that for crit only?
That's the 3d6.
I roll 3d6, or is it standing on the ground?
Oh, yeah.
So it's 3d8, so it's 11 damage instead of 12.
So it's a
So it's-
little bit less. Hang on. 77 minus 24 plus 11. So 64 damage.
Okay.
'Cause I maximized that. I thought that was part of whatever weird power you were using. Okay. So 64 points of damage.
And then I'm going to action point.
I just gotta say, Morin, normally you do all of the damage, but one outdid you this round, so, you know.
No, she didn't.
She got
Done yet?
69.
Yes, but this was my first attack.
Fair enough.
I will note that if you make a ranged attack against it, you are going to be suffering a minor penalty, but
Oh, because it's prone now?
it is now prone, correct.
Okay. That's fine. Crown of Stars. I think that's not until next level. But I will use.
Crown of Stars is a lower level power.
Yeah, I was looking at something else. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Oops, the attack modifier is a -2.
Yep, -2.
So a 30 versus its reflex.
30 reflex is going to hit.
Okay, so it's 21 radiant damage.
Does not seem to be especially weak to radiant, which makes it one of the first sort of fully adversary creatures that you've seen that doesn't seem to be bothered by radiant.
Does it happen to be bloodied yet?
It is not bloody. It looks pissed off, but it does not look like it is very injured.
And so I already used the gloves on the last attack as a free action, so I can't use another free action, right?
You can use another free action. So if you wanted to use But I don't remember. Does gloves have a lot of the things that you can add stuff to have a restriction? Like you can't use your warlock's curse a second time because you don't have slaying curse. And then this is gloves of eldritch admixture. So I think it has charges, so it doesn't have the restriction.
Yes, it has 5 charges a day, and I've used 2. I'm going to use 2 more. So
So the power part of it, the free action thing, you have to do that before, just for future stuff. It's not that big of a deal right now, but
okay. All right, so it'll be
2 more charges.
yes, I'm down to 1 charge, so it's going to be 29 radiant and acid damage.
Okay, so an additional 8. Cool. Yeah, just as a note, the Eldritch Admixture has to happen before you swing. So it's a free
Okay.
action. It's on the next attack, not like Curse where you can attack it on afterwards.
Okay.
The other part of it is afterwards. So when you deal extra damage with your Warlock's Curse, you can choose the damage where you can kind of change the damage around. That you can do after you hit, but the extra damage part you need to announce beforehand.
Okay.
Anything else from Warren?
That's it.
Cool. The Avatar will begin its turn. Ooh. Oh, I totally forgot to do something. Hang on. No, I didn't forget because it's struck. Let me double check. Hang on. I might have forgotten to do something. I need to check this ability. No. Okay, I did not forget. So, really wants to get close to things. Y'all are a long ass way away.
It's slowed.
It is slowed and prone, so it's going to stand up. First action. Is he going to do anything before he spawns things? I don't think so. So he's going to use
things. Get out of here.
create spawn.
Wow.
So I think he needs reach. So I'm pretty sure that's the it is this one. Look at me naming things in ways that make it easy for me to see. All right. So he's going to spawn a reaching tentacle there. And then it's going to reach. It's going to, well, when it spawns, the spawn gets to act. So I'm going to put it below, put it slightly above the avatar so I don't forget to use it. And then it's going to strike. One is slightly too far away from it. And it doesn't get a move action on the turn it spawned, which is sad.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just going to reach out. Well, Morin's close-ish. It could have spawned itself one to the right. So it's going to spawn there, and it's going to far tentacle reach out with this huge reaching tendril and smack, or attempt to smack Morin. 34 versus your AC.
That'll hit.
You are grabbed. You take 10 points of damage. And then it's going to use Dissolving Tentacles. So each creature grabbed by it or a spawn, that's not it should be it or a spawn. Takes 10 acid damage. So Drock and Morin, you both take 10 acid. That's it. That's all it can do. It's very crippled way the fuck over here.
Good. We're
Yeah.
very crippled over here too.
That was the Avatar. So at the end of the round, Amar kind of shakes things off, looks around. He sees Drock being grabbed. He sees Morin being grabbed, and then looks and sees, are you all right? Do you need any healing? I'm trying to. He puts his finger on one side of his nose and then sends a stream of bloodied snot onto the ground. Trying to figure out what's going on inside of my brain. What should I do? So you can either get him to heal or you can kind of get him to take some other action. He does have other abilities that he can use, but his primary ability he's kind of too far away to actually use. So what does the group want Amar to do? He can either heal, or he can make a skill check, or he can do something else. You'd normally use his single action to make his attack, but the Avatar is way too far away for that.
Would it be possible to have him assist Griffle with the hook?
Yeah, if Griffle calls to him, he doesn't seem against it. Griffle, you want to tell Amar to come help you with the hook?
Yeah, absolutely. She needs help. This thing, it's burning her up.
He comes over, he looks down. You can see that sort of look of confusion on his face when he's like sees her pierced straight through the heart, and then she's also not dead. Okay.
She's very special. We have to help.
And so he frowns and kind of looks down and it's like, I don't really. This is breaking things and pulling stuff out. It's not really my strong suit, but I guess I can help.
I'll just yell at him. Your strong suit is women, and that one needs your help.
So he laughs at that, and then he reaches down and puts his hand on her head, and then you see him focus. And Griffle, you can sense this wave of energy coming from him, and Clotho regains a little bit of her color, a little bit of her composure, and you see she tries to like wiggle and writhe her way out of it on the hook, causing the chain to sort of reach and kind of dangle back and forth. She looks up, and then she reaches out with her hand, and you see her hand get covered in a little bit of summer fire. She grabs hold of the chain and pulls it down into the molten rock. The chain doesn't seem to be made of the same sort of material. So Clotho is going to be making a nature check. She's going to be using a power check because she's been granted one by Amar. I'm not going to make the check for her. So does somebody else want to make the check?
Oh, I guess, yeah, I can. What check?
So just do it. It's D20 plus. Don't have her stat block pulled up. Apologies. Give me just one moment. We're looking for the queen yet to come. So her nature is plus 24. 27.
I should never have suggested that it be me that roll. Griffle is the new Drock.
Okay, so just one shy of what is needed to work. So she grabs hold of it, drags it down, seems to focus on it, And you can tell, at least, from her perspective, when she's trying to help do things, she's not actually trying to pull the spear out of herself. She's trying to break that chain, kind of break the harpoon away from what's going on. Whether that means that's what you should do or not, that's when she has a moment of action given to her by Amar and his abilities. That's what she chooses to do. Top of the round, Phil Lester.
So
I believe
it's
go ahead.
almost game end time. Do we want to stop at the top of the round, or?
That is a good point, because I'm very much in the game. Please always poke me when it's time to leave, because I'm focused. So yeah, here's a great time to stop for the night. And then I'll draw this map out, and we'll do this when you guys get here.
Oh my god.
Imagine
Kylie and I
dying
crit
when
the
you
first
get to
round of
live.
combat, and Gary's like, let's take a break, guys.
It's okay. Our dice need time to recharge.
No kidding.
Oh, do yours take battery or are they Bluetooth?
Both?
Apparently, I should have rolled. I just did another 19.
Mm.
All right. Well, yeah, this is definitely a good place to stop, and we'll pick it up here once you guys are in town. The first fight will be the group versus the Avatar. See if you can destroy it and or get away with Clotho safely.
All right.
Okay.
That
Well-
was a very unique session. I quite enjoyed that.
So apparently in the downtime between turns and whatnot, I just make really crappy memes. And when Griffel kept saying she was going to do a thing and then failing the die roll, I came up with this one. But I was already on to my other one, so I didn't have time to put this one.
Oh my god. Okay. Thank you for the game, Gary. This is an exciting one, I think.
That was good.
Yeah.
It was my initial plan was the sort of resolution of the encounter with the Avatar was going to be the last thing you guys do before you get here. It'd be very interesting for it to be this as your first encounter here. I think that'll be pretty cool.
I'm looking
And-
forward to it.
Yeah.
And forgive my desire to be a little bit of an author in this, of there being a little bit more cinematic in today's session than a normal session.
No,
feel
it was good.
I thought it was great.
I liked it.
Alrighty, well, I've got to hop off, but thank you guys,
Yeah, sounds good.
and I'll see some of you in a few days.
Yeah, see you soon.
So,
All right. Take care, everyone.
have to
Safe
hop up as well,
travels.
but
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
bye.